1, 2.
Jel stream pušten, nije? Ide, dobro. Danko and Chengitai. Can we just see whether you are there? Yes. You hear me? Okay. Can we have a sound check, Chengitai?
Hello. You can hear me all right?
As it starts.
Welcome, everyone. Glad to see you all made it today. I'm Sergo Karakozov. I'm from Georgia. I'd like to welcome you to SEEDIG, this year being hosted in beautiful Croatia. Glad to see everybody here today. As you may know, this is the first SEEDIG where we see each other in person after the, you know. So we have an amazing program for you for the next couple of days. I'll be your host for the next 2 days. We have a great pack of panelists, very interesting, so stay tuned. For everybody who wasn't able to make it to Croatia, we have a live stream going on Zoom and YouTube, so follow the social networks, and there's a link online. At this point, I have an honor to invite Olga Kiriluk, the chair of SEEDIG Executive Committee, and she'll have a small welcoming speech for you.
Good morning, dear guests and participants. On behalf of the organizing team, it is my absolute pleasure to welcome you at the SEEDIG 8th annual meeting. As we call it, short and sweet, SEEDIG 8, but fully, as you also know it is a Southeastern European Dialogue on Internet Governance. This have been indeed long 3 years since we last met in person, and remote participation tools indeed provided us valuable opportunity to stay connected and explore online mode for SEEDIG meetings. But now when I see all your faces here in one room, it makes me truly happy to feel that the vibe of live conversations is back to the regional internet governance community. However, not everyone was able to make it today to Zagreb, so I also want to extend a warm welcome to those participants who are joining us online. SEEDIG was founded with a vision of an open, inclusive and informal space for dialogue and cooperation on internet governance and digital policy in Southeastern European region. Over the past 8 years, we have made significant strides in advancing this vision, and I'm proud to say that this year, as we gather in Zagreb, our momentum is stronger than ever. The theme for SEEDIG 8, Digital Beyond Borders, Regional Synergy for Community Advancement, underscores our commitment to foster community expansion and strengthen partnerships across the region. It emphasizes the idea that in our increasingly interconnected digital world, the boundaries that traditionally define countries are transcended by opportunities for collaboration and growth. SEEDIG 8 recognizes that cooperation across borders is essential for empowering local communities. With that in mind, this year, we offer a space where stakeholders from across the region can connect, exchange insights, share about their in-country projects and initiatives, and explore opportunities for enhanced synergies. And we really mean it. We want this meeting to be a starting point for real partnerships and collaborations. We want to see more intersessional activities happening throughout the year. We also want all of you who joined us today for the first time to stay with us for many years to come. And we also want to hear your feedback about our strategy for the future, but for that we will have more time during today's business dating networking reception. In the coming 2 days, we will explore a range of critical issues, starting from internet fragmentation, open source intelligence and privacy, to IDNs and content moderation. Our discussions will be enriched by diverse perspectives and expertise of the attendees who represent a diverse range of stakeholders, starting from governments and private sector to civil society and technical community. This diversity is something which makes SEEDIG special and which makes also our meetings so valuable. SEEDIG 8 agenda, as you might have seen, is structured around 3 interactive formats, including panel discussions, workshops, and lightning talks. I encourage all of you to actively participate in the discussions, engage with each other, and share your knowledge, experiences, and insights. I also want to express our heartfelt gratitude to Politiscope, who is so graciously hosting us here in Zagreb this year, as well as to our strategic partners for their continuous support. I also want to extend a separate gratitude to all session organizers and, of course, to our sponsors, and specifically to the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, to Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, Serbian National Internet Domain Registry Foundation, Internet Society Foundation, Open Society Foundations, Internet Governance Forum Supporting Association, European Registry for Internet Domains EURID, Regional Internet Registry RIPE-NCC, and Serbian Open Exchange. It is truly that without all of you, this event would not be possible. In closing, I want to remind all of us why we are here. We are here to collaborate, to learn, to challenge, and to shape a way forward. Let's use this annual meeting to strengthen our network, deepen our understanding, and catalyze concrete actions for a better digital future in our region. Once again, welcome to SEEDIG 8 in Zagreb, and let's embark on a journey of dialogue, cooperation, and innovation. We are here for you. Feel free to approach us with your feedback or any ideas you might have during these 2 days of SEEDIG. Thank you, and let's have a productive and inspiring meeting.
Thank you, Olga. Can we have another round of applause for Olga? She spent a few sleepless nights to organize this for us. And now, I would like to welcome our representative of our local host, Executive Director of Politoscope, Due Prkrut.
Yeah, we can hear now. Hello, everybody. I am truly honored and thrilled to be standing here on the podium as the local co-host of this meeting. My name is Due Prkrut. I'm the Executive Director of Politoscope. We are a privacy watchdog organization. We monitor the implementation of GDPR in Croatia, and also together with our partners from the data protection community, we try to influence European legislation dealing with technology. If I had not been standing here as the co-host, I would be sitting with you in the audience. I'm a political scientist. I work as a GDPR expert and a rule of law consultant, so I don't have an IT background. I don't directly work in IT. And it's for people like me, we have to put some extra time and extra energy into staying informed about the ever-changing technological landscape. And for this reason, I truly highly value events like this, and I'm sure, at least for me, that this will be an enriching experience. I was thinking on what to reflect as in my welcoming remarks, and I wanted to share with you my thoughts about the paradigm shift that I recognize is happening in the last several decades. In the old good times, we used to have this approach of creating frameworks and regulations, and these would influence our human interaction. It seems that we are slowly moving to a new paradigm where we put technology out there, and we lag in coming up with a framework that protects our rights and our freedoms that are linked to the use of this technology. So perhaps we have been for some time in this era of moving fast and breaking things. Perhaps we are slowly moving into a new era where we realize that, in fact, maybe we don't have to break things to move or to move fast at all. When thinking about risks to human rights and privacy in today's world, most of the people I talk to often speak of these dark scenarios that might happen in the future, but we don't necessarily need to be in a Black Mirror episode to realize that unbridled processing of personal data can have detrimental impacts for an individual or for the society. Similar to that, we don't need to be in a Terminator Judgment Day scenario to reflect on how AI can influence those rights and our rights and freedoms. The risks to our privacy and human rights are here, and they are present now. So I feel that all of us have a responsibility to come up with frameworks that would push development of technology in a way that would safeguard these human rights and our freedoms. I'm happy to be hosting you in an EU member state, as I imagine you are aware that EU has been leading the global effort in legislation of technology, and in doing so it placed human rights at the core of its efforts. There are problems with the implementation of this legislation. We have problems that exist now, and without doubt we will have implementation problems in the future. But these EU legislation do remain the golden standard across the globe, and they do influence legislation across the world. So I'm happy that my colleague from Politiscope, who is also called Duje, will have a panel on examining two of such legislation. His panelists will talk about the intersection of GDPR, which is already in force, and the EU AI Act, which will soon be adopted. New technologies have basically changed everything we do. They changed how we talk, how we communicate with each other, how we move around the city, how we eat, how we date, but it also changed the unalienable rights we have. They have broadened them. So nowadays, under the GDPR, as data subjects, we have rights that arise from the mere fact that our data is being processed by somebody. When the new EU AI Act comes to force, we will also have the rights arising from the mere fact that we are objects of an AI or ADM models. So my point is that as technology evolves, so do privacy challenges and human rights risks that are connected to it. With the change of technology, we are met with new challenges we must cope with. And these challenges are increasing by the day. So a few months ago, I was startled, almost all privacy activists, by this new technological development in which we can just take DNA from thin air. So it is my sort of vision for the future that these new technological changes will also create new categories of digital rights that we must protect. This technological process cannot be stopped, and we do not need to stop it, but we can shape it. And we can shape it properly, and in my own opinion, I think that putting privacy by design principle and human rights perspective at the core of all our efforts is the way to do so. So I won't further any more. I look forward to meeting you all in the next 2 days. So I hope some long-lasting connections will be forged that span across our region. And in final, I hope you all have a wonderful time in our vibrant city of Zagreb. Welcome to SEEDIG 8.
Thank you, Due. We really appreciate Politiscope hosting us this year in Zagreb. Thank you. Looking forward to the panel discussions on GDPR and EU EIX later today. But right now, we move on to our next speaker, who unfortunately wasn't able to come here today, but we have him live online. So please welcome Head of Office of United Nations Secretariat for the Internet Governance Forum, Mr. Chengetai Masango.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to join you virtually today on the occasion of the 8th Internet Dialogues for Southern Eastern Europe, SEEDIG. In this age, where digital technology becomes increasingly intertwined with our daily lives, organizing a multi-stakeholder, bottom-up, open and inclusive process to discuss governance issues is an important but challenging task. I sincerely congratulate the SEEDIG's Multi-Stakeholder Executive Committee, as well as the host of this year's meeting, Politiscope, on this great achievement. In today's interconnected world, the significance of digital technology and policy cannot be overstated. Digitization is bringing many benefits to people around the world. However, we have all witnessed it can also be misused, bringing harms and putting our safety, security, rights, and freedoms at stake. Benefits and harms online are our reality, but not for everybody and not everywhere. It is critical that we
It's okay. Hopefully we could get that fixed, and we'll come back with Mr. Chengetai a little later. Until then, maybe we can move on to our next speaker. It is my honor to present Ombudsman of Republic of Croatia, Ms. Tena Shimonovic.
Okay. Hello, everybody. So it is great to see you all here today and to see you in Zagreb, and it is my great pleasure to be with you in person. Three of my colleagues, of my advisors, are also following online, so unfortunately, let me immediately say that I will leave.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Oh, okay, great. It just bumped. So
Just
I'll
a second,
start
maybe
off
we
from
could get
where
a
I was.
visual as well. I'm not trying to take over
I'll
your
just
job.
go quickly.
Can we get the visual of Chengetai on TV?
Shall I carry on? Yes, okay, great.
So sorry.
And you are in sync with the global pulse. Just a few weeks ago, we concluded the 18th annual IGF meeting in Kyoto, Japan. It marked the largest ever gathering of stakeholders dedicated to multi-stakeholder, open, inclusive, and bottom-up internet governance. Over thousands of stakeholders from more than 175 countries came together to convey vital messages on preventing and mitigating harms while driving progress through the internet. The Kyoto IGF messages encompassed the challenges posed by emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, data governance, online rights, security, alongside the pressing need for an equitable, sustainable digital transformation of societies. Although much has been accomplished, there remains an overwhelming amount of work ahead. The digital landscape is evolving at an unprecedented pace, often faster than we can fully comprehend its possibilities. Therefore, it is crucial for us to maintain a continuous multi-stakeholder cooperative approach, just as you nurture through SEEDIG. The Secretariat looks forward to learning from you and to the final messages that you will send from Zagreb. Your contributions will help shape the global IGF process, especially during this pivotal moment when the future of internet governance will be discussed and determined with the review of the 20 years of the World Summit on the Information Society and the negotiations for the Global Digital Compact. Advocating for the reasonable governance of digital technologies is synonymous with working towards a better life for all. Digital technologies have proven to be a catalyst for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. We are officially lagging behind in achieving the SDGs by 2030. I urge you, ladies and gentlemen, to champion bold and action-oriented partnerships and discussions for a brighter future for all of us. I hope that you continue engaging in the IGF as well as its intercessional work and all through the preparations for next year's annual meeting hosted by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in Riyadh. Thank you, and I wish you all a good meeting.
Thank you, Chengetai, for joining us. Sometimes technical hiccups happen, as you are aware, but do we appreciate the video quality? It's amazing. I'm so sorry, Tana, please, the floor is yours.
That's fine. We know we always need a bit of flexibility in all we do. So again, it is a pleasure to see you all in Zagreb. And yes, now it's very exciting to see the choice of topics for today and tomorrow. And one thing that I immediately want to say is I'm glad to see so many of you in the room, but also to know there's many colleagues following online. And there's people from various walks of life in various sectors, which I think is crucially important because we know what we are discussing is a matter of international organizations, is a matter for the states, but it is a matter for the private sector, but very much also a matter for civil society and for independent institutions. And the institution that I'm representing here today is an institution which has a multitude of various roles, but to put it very shortly, we are the body in Croatia looking for the respect for human rights and including equality. Now, we have 5 mandates. We are an ombudsman institution, a national human rights institution, an equality body, a national preventive mechanism, meaning we monitor the situation in prisons, and also a whistleblower protection institution, but it is predominantly in our national human rights institution role and equality body role and mandate that we have been working for years now on the issues of artificial intelligence, as well as particular issues that you will be talking about, for instance, and particularly freedom of expression and hate speech as well. So following that, I can also tell you that within our networks, we are taking a lot of time and effort to grow into the new shoes and the new role, which is, I think, expected of all independent institutions watching out for human rights. And that is really going into these areas, even though we might be lawyers or political scientists, even when we don't have an IT background, even if we're not data scientists ourselves, even though it sometimes not only seems, but is really difficult, we should be doing it, and we should have been doing it for years now, and for those who haven't been doing it, it's about time to start. So within our networks, we have been exchanging quite extensively for some time now, both within the European network of equality bodies, within the European network of national human rights institutions, and one of the issues that we've been focusing on is the regulatory framework and the European level regulatory framework. Here I do mean the EU AI Act, and both the working groups of ENRI and Equinet have been working on our opinions, and we are really following now the final stages of the negotiations, if I can say, and we do have our opinions which are online and publicly accessible, so I won't go into it very long today. But what we do think is those systems that are classified as high risk, but also all those that have the potential to affect human rights should be regulated, and we need to, first of all, prevent the detrimental effect on human rights, while of course understanding all the benefits that AI brings and can bring to human rights as well, and also that a strong separation between the public and private sector might lead to many disadvantages for citizens as well. So also we've been taking part in another regulatory discussion which has been happening within the Council of Europe. So as you know, the EU is about to adopt its AI Act, but the Council of Europe has also been working on a new convention on artificial intelligence. First there was Kahai working on whether we need a new convention within the Council of Europe or the existing European Convention on Human Rights is enough. After some 2 years of working on that, we have come to the conclusion that we need a new convention, and I have had the great privilege to participate in the work of Kai as well as a representative, not of my own country, but of Council of Europe's European Commission Against Racism and Intolerance. And I can say as well that the discussions are developing quite well, and that I hope we can look forward to a new convention, which will not only bring together a larger circle of countries, so not only EU member states, but Council of Europe member states, but even further, like-minded countries which are willing to be together in an alliance on protecting human rights to a greater extent. But also there is something to be said about national level work. So while institutions like the one that I'm representing today are not really, in many cases, getting that many complaints from citizens about how AI has affected their human rights, yet that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be working on the issues. We have been looking for cases ourselves, questioning certain issues that we find out from the media are happening, and looking for cases of AI discrimination. I can say we haven't really found the right case, and when we've started a case, in a couple of cases so far, it turned out to be just very basic human stereotypes and prejudices rather than the effects of using algorithms. But nevertheless, we'll be looking on for cases. But we've also been working at the national level on informing the general public, informing the parliament, because we report to the parliament once a year. And since 2019, our annual reports submitted to the parliament, to the public, have a chapter on AI. And since 2020, there is a specific dedicated chapter on artificial intelligence. Some of our recommendations so far have, for instance, been adopting a national strategic document, a national action plan on AI, which is something Croatia currently doesn't have, or producing a public registry of AI use in the public sector that we don't have either. Now, one of the issues that we've also been focusing on is the digital divide, and understanding that not everybody currently has the possibility to use technology, and that digital divide is really making the gap between us, looking at the socioeconomic ground, grow even deeper. And when we look at various indexes like the DESI one, for instance, Croatia is currently on the 24th position out of the EU member states. We still have a rather low coverage of rural areas, and we always need to keep in mind that not everybody is using the benefits of technology, but also that in the future there is potential that some will be left behind in the workplace as well, more than others. One of the things that we've been advocating for at the national and European level is strong control mechanisms and focusing on prevention. So preventing the potentially negative effect in human rights, the transparency on the process, explaining to people in a clear and understandable way, and informing them about the use of AI when they're approaching a certain service, be it in the public or the private sector, but also legal protections so that legal remedies are available to them. Also looking at the sources of information, understanding that there is and can be bias in the data already collected, and it should be looked into very carefully when we're collecting data, but also looking at online data, which does not include data of all, because again, as I mentioned, the digital divide, we're not all present online as people. So we're also working on the Digital Service Act, and the responsibilities of internet platforms, whether using AI or not, and the protecting of users of digital services, and the Digital Markets Act, again looking at the platforms, but search mechanisms and so on. But one issue that we've been really mostly working on and mostly worried about in recent times is freedom of expression and hate speech online. And while we know that there is potential also in combating hate speech when we're looking at AI, and even the smaller language groups are gaining the sort of interest that larger languages have had in using AI to identify potential instances of hate speech. There is a lot of hate speech being spread online. And in recent times, that has been even more worrying than before, I would say. So the spread of fake news, misinformation, disinformation, as well as hate speech has been an issue of great concern that we will continue not only monitoring, but also informing the general public at the national level and European level as well, looking at the responsibilities of the platforms, the code of conduct the European Commission has entered into with the platforms, but also looking at the individual obligations posed by national legislation for those who post and for those who do not remove content, because we all know there is interesting case law coming from the European Court of Human Rights in that respect, since very recently as well, for non-removing content others have posted on your Facebook wall. Finally, let me say that my colleagues will be watching the rich discussions and will try to participate online. We'll be following what you will discuss, which I'm sure will be very rich and useful discussions. And I wish you great luck in your work, not only today and tomorrow, but in the future as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tina. Really appreciate you joining us today. Our next speaker is also not here with us today, but he's joining us via Zoom. Do we have a connection? Okay. I'd like to welcome, Vice Chair at ICANN Board of Directors, Mr. Danko Jevtović. Danko, can you hear us? Well, he can definitely hear someone.
So thanks, Olga. Thanks, Chengetai. Yes, I hope you can hear me. There is a bit of delay because I'm watching you on the YouTube stream and connecting through Zoom, so it's a bit of an unusual setup. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. The floor is yours. Take it away.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So I can hear my voice with this delay. So my name is Danko Jevtović. I am the vice chair of the ICANN board. Dobar dan, Zagreb. I'm very sorry not to be there, but my doctor prevented me from traveling at the latest moment. So I would like to thank Polyscope for co-hosting the whole SEEDIG and the sponsors that enable this event to happen. So at the beginning, let me tell a few words about what ICANN does. ICANN is the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. We are a not-for-profit based in California that coordinates the technical infrastructure of the Internet, meaning this middle-level technical layer that is on top of the communication networks provided by the telecom operators and below the layer of contact. So it's domain names and IP addresses. So the ICANN remit is strictly technical, and in this sense, we are very responsible for the security, stability, and resilience of the internet, but we don't go into content, and we don't obviously go into platforms because they're based on top of our layers. So ICANN is an important part of the global technical community, and with our partners in that community, we are also participating in the internet governance processes. So, for example, Chengetai mentioned, and I was also recently in the UN multi-stakeholder forum in Kyoto that discussed the whole internet governance landscape. And we think it's very important to bring on board all the stakeholders, obviously the governments, the end users, academic community, but also the technical part of the internet that has so far been very successful in developing the network we are all using. In this respect, the internet is a network of networks, and in that similar way, the internet is connected national and regional IGFs like we have in Europe, SEEDIG, but also very importantly for our region, SEEDIG. And ICANN is very supportive of the SEEDIG and the processes that are coming from national IGFs to regional IGFs and connected back to the global thing. And looking forward into the future, we are also trying to participate in the discussions about the UN Global Digital Compact and the planned the Summit of the Future 2024 next year. We think that reasons for success of the internet is actually having all of the stakeholders on board, having technical solutions by the technical community, very much respecting the public policies that are brought on by the governments, having needs of the internet users, respecting obviously the human rights and the privacy of users, and coming all of these discussions together in the events like this SEEDIG to discuss them and to bring back these messages to the global IGF and the whole internet community worldwide. I think personally, coming from a small country, Serbia, part of the SEEDIG region, that internet is hugely important for the small countries, and in that sense, this region. This region is diverse and rich. We have smaller and larger countries. Croatia is a member of the European Union. Some of the countries in the region are not. But I think this brings the richness of the discussion because we can see the different viewpoints. But internet is hugely important for countries like the countries in SEEDIG region because the global internet is the way how to connect to the world. In a way, if we had the situation of internet not being the one network for the whole world, some of the small countries might just lag out of the human rights development, about the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and with economic development. So we think this is really important, and that's one of the reasons why ICANN is supporting events such as this. In order to keep this great internet development and to keep the benefits of the one internet worldwide, we need to consider technical needs of the internet and how to work best, how to evolve best all these processes with consideration for technical consequences. Often we are discussing various legislations that are coming most prominently now from European Union, but also from some other countries that started movement to more digital sovereignty even before the European Union started this process. And in discussion of those processes, obviously ICANN as a technical organization supports all local legislations, but we also think that our role is to bring the technical understanding and explain the possible technical consequences of various legislations that are happening, because we really trust that if we engage together, if we work together, we can understand what is the best way forward for the evolution of internet and how to get benefits of the one network and obviously avoid some of the difficult consequences that will be discussed also today. So ICANN supports the one internet for the one world, and ICANN very much supports the SEEDIG. Thank you for inviting us here.
Thank you, Danko. We wish you a fast recovery and to get well soon. Our next speaker is a communication manager in Serbian Internet Domain Name Registry, RNIDS. RNIDS is also a co-organizer of SEEDIG this year, so thank you. So help me welcome Diana Milutinovic.
Well, dobro jutro, dobar dan. Hello. It is my great pleasure in front of Serbia National Internet Domain Registry, RENIT, to greet you all today And let me start with saying that, as the name of the organization which I come from says, we are the domain registry for Serbia, for .rs and .serb in Cyrillic. And as you all suppose, yes, we are the part of the technical community. It is often said that there are not many representatives of technical community at internet governance deliberating topics events. However, we are the ones who are actively involved in such events. First of all, we are hosts of Serbian IGF, the local IGF, and we are glad to support SEEDIG, well, not just at this one occasion, but in the past too, as we've been actively involved. I mean, this is the 8th SEEDIG, like the first post-COVID live edition. However, I remember the last one we had in Bucharest in 2019. I was present there too. So I know that the community and the organization was quite active in past years. We have Series 7, if I recall right. We had a lot of activities and engagement, so I guess that's why the outcome of this event will be nice. And from the ambitious agenda prepared, from the topics chosen and selected, I hope that we will have a lovely and fruitful discussion today and tomorrow. We as an organization are really dedicated to not necessarily creating a framework, rather help create a framework for open discussion and internet-related matters, because we believe that what is discussed, the insights shared, information shared not only through official programs but also on the sidelines of meetings can actually help deliver messages which at some point can have a strong impact on this world we're living, which is so deeply synced into digital. So I would not further ado. I was given 5 minutes, but now it's all 3 minutes of my speech, but we had other people speaking longer. So I wish you all very nice and fruitful, productive discussions in days ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Let's continue. So our next speaker is the chair of RIPE Cooperation WG, Ms. I'm going to do this. Desiree Milosevic Evans. Did I get it right? Thank you.
Well, dobro jutro svima. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here in this exciting and beautiful city of Zagreb and in Croatia, which I call my home, as I was raised by a humble yet strong woman, my mother. Giving you just a few words on behalf of RIPE community and the RIPE Cooperation Working Group. It is due to recognize that we have been very active in the southeastern European region for some 11 years, but very active this year and also last year when we had a RIPE meeting in Belgrade in November. What I'd like to share with you today is just a few words to remind ourselves that we live in a world where democracy and peace often hang in this delicate balance and are very fragile. And so is the current place of the internet governance that we find here today. We heard something being alluded earlier on. The next 2 years of internet governance may decide the future for a time of it to come. So we have in front of us, we need to further evolve our processes. We need to continue to work as we work so far, which is, we might even have to defend our processes, which is this bottom-up and policy making, which calls for participation of all stakeholders, so inclusivity and bottom-up policy making. And therefore, also with that, we need to be effective in influencing all the political and other geopolitical things. So we have been used to work in this space where all stakeholders, civil society, technical community, private sector, and governments and academia come together to learn from each other and to consult each other. And but it's also right to tell you about some and remind ourselves of some threats that are looming over our digital realm. We have heard from many this morning, from Duye, from others. And I would say that it's crucial to recognize these threats. For example, there is a growing risk of transforming the internet into entirely commercial space. And that will overshadow our original ideals of internet connectivity and openness that we all hoped for. Furthermore, there are countries where the use of encryption is under threat, which is again an issue because it's depriving individuals of access that is trusted, reliable, and an open environment that we want to feel secure. So we should also not forget that internet is still a distant dream for many others in rural areas and elsewhere. And so it's highlighting this pressure of digital divide and any other reasons people do not have the access. However, amid all these challenges, I think we should also think of some positive aspects, and we should not lose sight of them. Technology continues to evolve and offering us remarkable opportunities. But there's also a growing awareness of sustainability development goals. So what we need to do is to really emphasizing how to align the pace of progress, at the same time respect our environmental responsibilities. And thirdly, perhaps, moreover, we're witnessing that an increased awareness of these intricacies of internet governance, that people are aware of crucial issues and problems and impact of the internet. And there is a growing consensus on these critical issues today, and that we need to address, such as the human rights in digital realm. With that, I think in this context, I'll just like to conclude that cooperation and collaboration is really the linchpin of a success. And the RIPE Cooperation Working Group is always eager to hear from anyone in this region about your insights of potential regulatory systems and how they may impact network operators, but also end users. And with that, tomorrow, RIPE NCC will feature a workshop showing their internet development in this region. So I just would like to point you to Alina, who's having a last presentation tomorrow, and how the regional internet registry is supporting the development here. In conclusion, so let's not only focus on the threats and challenges, I said, also take a moment to celebrate the opportunities that are before us. So together, I think we have the capacity to preserve the essence of the internet, working together, and we need to promote the sustainable progress, as well as we need to ensure that every individual can gain access to this digital transformative realm. With that, I thank you for your kind attention and pass it back to the MC.
Thank you so much, Desiree. Okay, let's continue. After all the welcoming speeches by our hosts, sponsors, and supporting organizations, I'd like to welcome our keynote speaker, Vice President of Stakeholder Engagement and Managing Director of Europe at ICANN, Mr. Chris Mondini.
It's my pleasure to welcome you today through a video address at the 8th annual meeting of the Southeastern European Dialogue on...
Before we do that, I'm really sorry, we have a video message from head of OSCE mission in Serbia, Mr. Jan Bratu.
Hello, it's my pleasure to welcome you today through a video address at the 8th annual meeting of the Southeastern European Dialogue on Internet Governance. The OSCE mission to Serbia welcomes and supports this initiative as it encourages interdisciplinary and multi-stakeholder approaches. The Internet offers unprecedented means for the worldwide exchange of ideas and the free flow of information, a key commitment undertaken by all 57 participating states of the OSCE going back to the 1990 Copenhagen document. With more than 80% of the population across the OSCE region being online or having access to the Internet, the ability to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas of all kinds and without frontiers has been a very great benefit for our societies, for information exchange, people-to-people contacts, confidence building, and fostering mutual understanding. The Internet, however, is not immune from disturbances and censorship and is not free by nature, but by design. Democratic governance means an obligation on states to enable unhindered access to an open, inclusive, and non-fragmented Internet, as well as independent and pluralistic media, the free flow of information across borders, and the development of digital literacy for the citizens. Our participating states should protect and promote freedom of expression and fundamental freedoms and human rights, including their policies related to the Internet. These policies should ideally be crafted through multi-sectoral, inclusive, and evidence-based approaches to respond to challenges with the rise of digital technologies, which include mass surveillance and cybercrime and the spread of illegal and harmful content online. We have also witnessed how the amplification of disinformation and hate speech online can impact individual lives and whole societies during elections, in the middle of health crises, and not the least during times of war, and in irreparable ways. As recommended by the OSCE representative on freedom of the media, we should work together through multi-stakeholder efforts to promote an open and inclusive Internet respectful of human rights. And this is why I'm glad to know that so many industry professionals, civil society, academia, and digital gatekeepers and online platforms are present in this forum today. You all have a significant impact on the access to public information, democratic life, and the security of our societies. Government and corporate responsibility are necessary to respect the fundamental freedoms, personal data protection, and privacy of communication, which we see attacked off and online every day. The multi-stakeholder approach of the UN Internet Governance Forum can serve as a good practice example for the OSCE region on Internet governance. The OSCE mission to Serbia is working with all stakeholders to broach the topic of artificial intelligence and its impact on freedom of expression. And we will continue to assist linking different stakeholders from media, civil society, state institutions, and academia to keep up with the rapid developments and changes in this field. I encourage you all to do the same during this conference, and I wish you all constructive discussions. Thank you so much, and good luck.
Now that we're done with the speeches, please help me welcome our key host, our keynote speaker, Vice President of Stakeholder Engagement and Managing Director for Europe at ICANN, Mr. Chris Mondini.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the kind invitation to be with you here this morning, and I want to say thank you also for the opportunity to help represent ICANN, one of the many technical organizations you've heard from today. that work together on the functioning of the global internet. And I really want to thank Olga and Bogdan and our host Politoscope for the lovely, lovely, lovely welcome. Today I would like to talk in a little bit more detail about the wonders of the global internet and the technical systems and governance model that makes it possible, and then specifically about ways that you here in this room and following online can help to keep it expanding and interoperable in the future. I am based in Brussels, and I've worked with ICANN for nearly 12 years in multiple offices and under successive CEOs, and my current function is as Managing Director for the European region, and it comes with many responsibilities for our 40 staff members covering about 39 countries. But I'm really here today in my capacity as the Vice President for Stakeholder Engagement for Europe. And we built a stakeholder engagement team in ICANN starting about 10 years ago. And originally its focus was on attracting more talent to our volunteer community and explaining it to a broader audience so people would know what ICANN does and the importance of its model. Now, perhaps you know, or maybe not, stakeholder engagement actually has a very formal definition, and the definition is involving people affected by decisions in the decision-making process. And this is a very important aspect of our work. But when you think about the 5.5 or so billion users worldwide of the global internet, I'm sure that very few of them think of themselves as internet stakeholders. And I'm sure that even fewer of them know about ICANN and its role in providing the internet. But I know that those of you that are here today, you do think of yourselves as internet stakeholders. And that is a superpower. And that is a superpower that I will ask you to deploy in the future to help maintain a global interoperable internet for the future. So 10 years ago, again, when I was beginning this engagement job, it was not uncommon for governments or global organizations to publish statistics that would talk about how the internet is contributing to the economy or to job creation. And it was easy to get the attention of audiences when I would begin a talk with some amazing GDP figure or a job growth figure. And there was a time even when we would contract with consultants to compile these figures to show how connectivity to the global internet added to national GDP or added to the revenues of a small business. And I even remember in the early teens, the UK published statistics that said fully 12% of their growth in a particular year they attributed to digitization and the internet. And now, these standalone statistics are no longer really compiled. The internet's contributions are simply taken for granted or factored in many cases. But I ask you to just look at our own experience over the last few years to see how important the internet is. For example, think of the pandemic. It was the internet that enabled online learning, social interaction, schooling, expanded online health services, medical research, financial transactions, and so forth to continue. Online commerce actually surged. The domain name market grew because every small neighborhood shop now needed to become an online business with pickups and deliveries. And now some of those companies are able to use that online presence to serve global markets. And it's notable, Croatia, it is the 11th most successful country in the world in terms of unicorns, of tech companies that are valued at over $1 billion US. And in the pandemic, with more people going online and historic levels of internet traffic, it worked brilliantly. It never failed. In fact, the knowledge sharing across the borders allowed vaccines to be developed in record time. So the internet not only helped us to survive a pandemic, it helped us find and deliver vaccines to end it. Now, the internet never failed because the technical protocols that ICANN and our partner organizations coordinate have also never failed. In over 40 years, these underlying systems that I am talking about, the domain name system and related systems of addresses and identifiers, including the numeric identifiers, they are what allow all of us to navigate the global internet. Now think about how incredible that is. This is a system that has been powering the internet uninterruptedly for 40 plus years. It is a navigating operation that works billions of times every second. It survives wars, it survives pandemics, it survives natural disasters, and it is the same system that allows the internet to connect those 5.5 billion human beings and our tens of billions of devices. It allows each of us access to all of the world's knowledge and gives us the ability to communicate directly with 2/3 of humanity who are connected. So now when I talk about ICANN's activities, I often group it into two big buckets. I talk about this technical coordination that we do with our partners, and I'll talk about how we convene a community that develops new innovations in these technologies in a bottom-up, consensus-driven, multi-stakeholder model. Both the technical systems and the model are very important, and I'll tell you now why. Because some of these innovations in the evolution of the domain name system hold the key to a world that is truly digitally inclusive. It is a world where no matter what language you speak or alphabet you use, the internet is equally available to you, no matter your location, the device you use, or how you express yourself. And again, there's an intense focus on the 2+ billion that remain unconnected in the world. And I'm delighted that there's content on our agenda in the coming days to talk about these internationalized domain names. Now, on the commercial side, for companies, this will unlock global markets worth billions of euros. It can add double-digit growth to national GDPs. It will allow governments to provide more services to more citizens, and it will connect aspiring talent anywhere to opportunities everywhere and help establish online trusted community identities. So in this model, in this community that we convene of around, I would say, 10,000 worldwide, who participates? Well, I am very pleased to see many of you do. I've seen you participating in ICANN public meetings and ICANN working groups, and I'm very, very grateful. And you're doing so alongside over 180 national governments, businesses, both large and small, organizations that operate domain registries or registrars, technical experts, activists, and ordinary internet users. And one of the hallmarks of the model is that, as you've heard, it is bottom-up. And what bottom-up really means is that a good idea can come from any corner of the community. So the push for domain names expressed in different alphabets, for example, that came from the part of the community which are internet users. And if that idea earns the consensus of the governments and the businesses and all the other stakeholders that are there, the ICANN board ratifies it, it becomes an ICANN policy, and then we are directed as the staff to implement it worldwide. And I am really pleased to see there's an increasing contribution and a growing number of volunteers from this region, and many who come directly from this SEEDIG community. The region I cover covers all of the countries that are listed on the lovely banner here, and also some of the countries traveling further east into Central Asia. And recently, my colleague Andrea Becali, who's sitting here in the second row, I hope you'll all meet him, I sent him to Uzbekistan for a high-level conference, and he was greeted there with great enthusiasm, because this is a region that is still in the stage and the mindset of appreciating these marvels of the internet, very focused on the things like contributions to the economy, new services to citizens, new ways for entrepreneurs to have platforms, and more connections to global markets. They say things like, okay, the internet, how can we have more? And also, I also have to think in terms not just of geography, but of time, because being in my 50s, I am a part of a generation that experienced this total fascination when the internet was new. We had things like email. We thought it was cool when it started. We have web browsers, online courses, social media. And between my travels that take me to these places and my life experience, I really am lucky to be steeped in the level of enthusiasm for the global internet that exists among communities and places that are now just coming online. And I'm very, very lucky to work with a community like yours, like that in ICANN, that innovates how our domain system works and how it will become more responsive and inclusive and interoperable for the world's internet users. This is what the model is producing. This is why the multi-stakeholder model is so important. Now, if you travel to some other capitals, of course, the discourse is sometimes more focused, often more focused, on the perils of the internet. Governments turn their attention on how best to protect citizens from harms that are perpetrated by threat actors who may use the internet as a tool. Plus, there are, admittedly, some governments that seek some maybe more political control by trying to assert control over the technical operation of the internet. Now, in recent years, digital sovereignty has become a hot topic among governments seeking to exert greater control over the internet within their borders. And regardless of the motivations, national sovereignty, it's still a clearly important national security concept and a goal, and digital sovereignty of the internet seems like a logical extension of that, especially in our complex geopolitical climate. However, imposing digital sovereignty on the internet's identifiers does pose a risk of internet fragmentation or splinternets, because those identifiers, these technical layers that Danko, my vice chair, spoke about, must remain globally functional and interoperable. Otherwise, a global internet no longer will exist. And also, please remember that many of the key actors in this ecosystem, many of the key stakeholders are volunteers. They voluntarily allow their networks to interconnect. They voluntarily allow to exchange traffic with other networks. They voluntarily operate a root server addressing server system that will improve the resilience and responsiveness of the domain name system. And ICANN itself is a nonprofit organization, as many of the partner organizations in our ecosystem are. So if governments exert regulation, sometimes they can inadvertently diminish this volunteer spirit. And it really comes down to this. The main complication is when people and policymakers, they conflate content which is on the internet with the technical layers of the internet. Even well-intentioned legislation and regulation has the potential to interfere with the functioning and continued growth of the internet. Communities worldwide are facing very real threats related to cybersecurity or misinformation or privacy, human rights, election interference, and naturally all of these threats need to be addressed. However, we often see legislation and regulation that is intended to address such issues that are at the content level, deploying measures that will inadvertently jeopardize the internet's global and cross-border nature at the technical level. And then, of course, finally, in some countries, the model itself is being contested. Some argue for replacing a multi-stakeholder approach with a multilateral one that would minimize the role of the technical community and other key stakeholders. So, getting to the topic of the talk, how can we all work together to prevent fragmentation? So number one is just share this distinction, please, between the technical layer and the content layer of the internet at every opportunity. This is the huge benefit of a gathering like this. And I feel really lucky to be the keynote speaker, and I'll tell you why. Because I get to say, please carry into all of the discussions and debates that you'll have in the coming days this clear distinction. In every debate, feel free to raise your hand and say, please let's not solve our problems that are on the content layer with any changes to the technical layer. Now, number 2, please be ready to explain to anyone and everyone who will listen, whether a legislator or somebody you meet at a party, how the internet works. It's a decentralized system based on values of volunteerism and trust. It's the same model that SEEDIG employs to put on this marvelous conference. It is that the thing about the internet is nobody owns it. Everybody needs it, and nobody owns it. It's a collection of several thousands of independently owned and operated networks. Networks among satellites, in local communities, in your home, in your office. And the inventors of the internet really endeavored to make something so completely decentralized and voluntary that it would be completely non-hierarchical. And the one thing they could not distribute, the one thing that needed some coordination was the addressing system, which is why ICANN is here and why I am here today. Remember, all of these networks choose to interconnect because they agree voluntarily to use the same addressing system, the same protocols, the same standards. So the number 3 thing you can do is please support the model that creates these standards. I talked a little bit about the multi-stakeholder model and the ecosystem of people and partners that are working together both to fight the risks that we're all trying to fight and ensure that the internet remains single, global, stable, and secure. So I am so grateful that you're here today, and I invite you to continue to participate in consensus-based decision-making that will bring together the diverse voices that are focused on a common goal. I hope that SEEDIG will inspire you to do even more. Go to an Internet Engineering Task Force meeting. Join ICANN, a constituency or a working group, or participate as a fellow or in the next-gen introductory programs. Join the community of internet users known as the at-large group within ICANN. You can start at a local chapter of the Internet Society or even just start your own local internet club. Please interact with your local legislators and bring them into your discussions. Support the evolution of SEEDIG as a platform for sharing this information, coalescing multi-stakeholder initiatives, contributing to global processes, for example, the one we heard from at the UN, where they are working very hard toward a global digital compact. And remember, in multi-stakeholder models, the best ideas can come from anyone, and that means it can be you. You can stand up at a microphone or speak up online before an ICANN board of directors and all of the ICANN public meeting attendees, and you can share your idea on how to make the DNS or the internet better, and you will be simultaneously interpreted in 6 languages while you are doing it. It is that open, it is that accessible. So finally, number 4, I just want to make clear the internet is not fragmented, at least not at its technical layer. This is largely due to that governance model I referred to. Now, in terms of platforms, services, content, things that we might see or use on the internet, there's much, much differentiation among geographies. And you may think that, well, I only need access to my local news sources or my local markets, or most people really only want to interact online with people that speak their own language or live nearby, and that's fine. That's what most people and organizations do. But think again of the pandemic, and think of the global connectivity we needed to develop vaccines. Remember those Croatian unicorns who are depending on global markets. Think about the global connectivity we will need to tackle climate change, to reach sustainable development goals. Climate change, for example, the real-time sensors measuring everything from air quality to ocean temperature to carbon dioxide, they are literally monitoring the health of the planet. So whether it's in epidemiology or meteorology, making data available to scientists and computer models worldwide is what we will need to equip us to address global health or environmental challenges. So I want to conclude, because I recognize we are over time, but I really had a very personal reflection upon arriving here. I traveled a long time ago to Croatia, 20 plus years ago. I came when I worked as a consultant with Deloitte, and I came to a partners meeting here in Zagreb. And I really witnessed a committed and talented group of partners working in a company, working in a firm, through a really difficult period of incredible strife here in this region. And they represented all the languages and all the backgrounds and religions and points of view of the region. And they chose to focus on a common goal and common work and what bound them together as people, even though every morning the headlines were explaining how terrible tragedy was coming from the differences, their differences. And I thought of that again last week on my way home from our public meeting in Hamburg. This was the ICANN 78 public meeting. And we had 2,400 attendees in person and 600 online from 175 countries. And now that's already very impressive. But I witnessed things that gave me incredible hope. I witnessed Ukrainian and Russian stakeholders working together in working groups. And I witnessed Palestinian and Israeli colleagues sitting together for a meal. And it made me think that in many ways, this great global project of the internet, the one that we are all here today working on to connect the next 2 billion users, it's really like the last remaining global peace movement. It is the single biggest human collaborative project ever, and it continues to serve all of its users, all of us, and those in the future. So I am very honored and very moved to work among those of you who are contributing to this very, very vital and inspiring human endeavor. Thank you very much for your welcome.
Thank you, Chris. That was very inspirational. Please give another round of applause to Chris Mandini. Now we move on to our first panel discussion on interplay of GDPR and EU AI Act. And here to present our panelists is our moderator, Due Kozomara from Politoscope.
Is it working? Yes, it's working. Okay. So hello, good morning, everyone. Is it still morning? Hopefully. I'm from Split. There's a stereotype about Dalmatian people that we're really lazy and that we wake up really late. So it might be still morning, right? Thank you, Anna Maria. Thank you all for coming. It's really nice to see you here. My name is Due Kozomara. I work as a data protection consultant, and I'm a co-founder of Politoscope, which is the co-host of this event. Politoscope is, as Due Perkut, who's our executive director, mentioned in the introductory speech, Politoscope is a privacy watchdog organization that's focused on protecting digital rights. So today, on our first panel, we're going to talk a little bit about the most hyped topic of today, the AI and the regulation of AI. But when we talk about the regulation of AI, there's one thing that's kind of forgotten in this process, and that is the fact that if those AI systems that we are talking about actually process personal data, we already have a pretty good regulation that governs them and that regulates them. I'm honestly excited and honored to have an opportunity to moderate a discussion with such an amazing group of people. So before we start, could you please introduce yourselves?
Thank you, Duya, for this lovely introduction. I'm very happy and honored to be here with you today, and thank you for the invitation to this panel discussion. I'm Ana Maria Mladenic. I'm head of Sector for EU International Cooperation and Legal Affairs in Croatian Personal Data Protection Agency. As well, I'm member of Consultative Committee of Convention 108 of Council of Europe. I represent Croatian Data Protection Authority at European Data Protection Board meetings, and as well I'm member of Task Force on ChatGPT. Also, I'm very passionate about finding ways to foster innovation and at the same time protecting human rights and freedoms. I'm very proud to work in Croatian Personal Data Protection Agency and to be part of community that protects people, not data. Thank you.
Thank you, Ana Maria. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this conference, especially to this hot topic. My name is Daniela Perica, and I'm Data Privacy Manager in Infobip. I have more than 18 years experience in law, but for the last 8 years, I'm dedicated to privacy and data protection topics. Together with my colleagues from Infobip, I'm working on implementation global privacy program in Infobip, and we are together finding solutions in achieving compliance, Infobip compliance towards our customers and employees regarding all global privacy laws. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Daria Lončar. I'm a data protection officer at Rimac Group, and I have been working in and following data protection field over 15 years now. First in telecommunication company and now in automotive industry. And of course, thank you, Duya, and organizers for inviting me to this panel and to this interesting event.
Oh, hello, my name is Stefan Martinic. I work in law firm Kramaric & Partneri based in Zagreb. My interests lie at the European Union law and at the intersection of law and technology. I had the pleasure to study, I have to name drop every time I speak, at Harvard and at the London School of Economics and Sorbonne with a stints at the European Court of Justice and European Parliament. I'm also a part-time legal advisor to the Croatian AI Association, and the main reason why they sent me here from the Crow AI is because they're well aware of my addiction to the spotlight, and it's a sickness. I don't know what to say. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. So, as I mentioned, I couldn't have better speakers for the topic. So one of the things that were mentioned even earlier in the welcome speech is the thing that now it's pretty popular to talk about do we need to stop AI revolution? Do we need to pause it? Do we need to regulate it? Especially companies are the ones that talk about doom scenarios, as Duya mentioned, Terminator scenarios, things that might be existential threats coming from AI. But one thing that's important to remember is that AI systems are in use today, and they already present serious risks to human rights. AI systems already decide who will get the job, who will get social benefits, and in some cases, who will end up in prison. So I think we don't need much more explaining to do to point out why it's actually necessary to adequately regulate those systems. I'm pretty sure that most of the people that are here right now know that European Union was one of the first areas that started developing some kind of regulation for the artificial intelligence. EU AI Act is the one that's focused on risks. It has this risk-based approach. We won't talk too much about it. I'm pretty sure you have heard most about it. But one thing that's important to talk about is the fact that I mentioned earlier. So if those systems actually process personal data, they are already well regulated, and there was already one pretty famous case that proved that point. It's like the main star of the AI systems today is of course ChatGPT, and as you may be well aware, ChatGPT was banned in Italy for a few weeks because it violated numerous principles of the GDPR. Anna Maria, since you work in Croatian Data Processing Agency, Data Protection Agency, could you tell us why Garante, the data protection authority from Italy, banned ChatGPT? And since ChatGPT also processes personal data of Croatian citizens, could you tell us what is AZOP currently doing about that?
Yes, thank you, Duja, just for introduction. A few days ago, maybe you have heard King Charles during AI Summit compared the development of AI, the importance of the development of AI with the importance of discovery of electricity, firing and splitting atoms. I couldn't agree more. So generative AI and foundation models represent a paradigm shift in innovation and will certainly completely change our lives. For the first time, we have systems that are capable to understand natural language almost at human level, and according to our inputs, generate outputs, generate new content, meaning videos, texts, and images. So this is something that can be very useful for all of us, but also it poses a lot of risks, including discrimination, data breaches, bias, manipulation, fake news, social engineering, and could have seriously negative impacts on human rights and freedoms. So as stated many times by European Data Protection Board, European Data Protection Supervisor, Council of Europe, Global Privacy Assembly, generative AI and all systems must be designed, developed and deployed in manner that it is responsible and trustworthy, based on the principles of data protection, privacy, human control, transparency, and democratic values. Regarding ban of ChatGPT in Italy, yes, it was banned in March this year. And after this decision, OpenAI made some improvements, made some changes according to the instructions of Garante Privacy, Italian Data Protection Supervisory Authority. The main improvements they made to comply their processing of personal data with the GDPR are that they have implemented mechanism that can verify age of users of ChatGPT, because there were situations where minors, users younger than 13 years, were using ChatGPT and ChatGPT was giving to them inappropriate answers. Then second thing, they have updated their privacy policy, and they gave in their privacy policies more transparent information about how processing of personal data of ChatGPT users and non-users, for which purposes has been of the purposes of processing and lawful basis of processing. And third thing, they have deployed mechanisms that enable individuals to exercise their rights. At the first place, opting out from processing of personal data for the purpose of training algorithms. So this ban was lifted in April, but the ban was lifted, but privacy concerns remained. That's why European Data Protection Board decided to establish ChatGPT task force Members of this task force are data protection authorities from all over European Economic Area, including, of course, Croatian Personal Data Protection Agency. And within this task force, we developed a questionnaire with the goal to conduct data protection audit against ChatGPT. Many data protection authorities sent this questionnaire to OpenAI, which is the company that developed ChatGPT, and also Croatian Data Protection Authority last week. So now we are waiting for the answers from OpenAI. So our main concerns in relation to processing of personal data and ChatGPT here are, at the first place, a lawfulness of processing, a lawful basis for a massive collection of personal data that are publicly available online, and in relation to this web scraping, which is a process of using bots to extract content from a website. Website extracts underlying HTML code and data in databases, so we need more clarification on lawfulness on such kind of processing. Furthermore, they are processing personal data of social media users which interact with their social media pages, but also of social media users of other companies, which also needs to be clarified. They are processing personal data for the purposes of business transfers, and when they are processing personal data for this kind of purposes, they can disclose it to third parties, which is also quite unclear, and we ask clarification on this matter. And furthermore, we ask clarification on mechanisms they deploy to enable individuals to exercise their data protection rights. At the first place, a right to erasure, right to access to personal data, right to object to processing of personal data. And finally, there are situations where ChatGPT is integrated into products and websites of other companies. Here we have questions regarding accountability. Who is accountable, who is responsible to demonstrate that processing of personal data is compliant with GDPR? Is this situation of data controller, data processor relationship, or joint controllership? So we ask a lot of questions about these situations. And finally, to sum up, it is very questionable whether processing of personal data in ChatGPT software infrastructure is in compliance with Article 5, 6, 12, 13, 14, 15, 25 of the GDPR, and also from Article 15 to 22 of the GDPR. So there are a lot of questions that need to be examined. We are now waiting for the responses of OpenAI, and we will, of course, analyze these responses, and to decide, after we analyze them, we will decide on follow-up actions. Currently, ChatGPT OpenAI doesn't have main establishment in European Economic Area, but probably very soon they will have main establishment. It will be in Ireland, and then in case if one-stop shop mechanism is triggered, Irish Data Protection Commission will be leading supervisory authority to carry out investigation. But at the time being, each data protection authority is carrying out its own investigation. So there was also another not so popular but ban of chatbot in Italy. Garante Privacy also banned chatbot called Replica. This chatbot was interacting with children, with minors, and was giving to them inappropriate advice, and children were exposed to sexual content. Furthermore, we had example of chatbot in Belgium, where one man was chatting with chatbot, and after that he killed himself. So this is clearly proves that generative AI can be very harmful. There are many dangers, and chatbot can use your data against you to harm you. That's why every processing used by AI system needs to be in compliance with data protection legal framework, with GDPR, and it needs to be further regulated by AI Act. Thank you very much.
If I can just add, sorry, Due, maybe you want to ask something, but I just want to add, Anna Maria. last week in UK. It was a global AI summit. A lot of countries were there, America, UK, Japan, China. And yes, they were talking about risks of AI. But what the EU representative announced, in fact, she announced that right now they are writing a new chapter in the AI, in the proposal of the AI, and it will define generative AI, so chatbots. And she also said, probably, they will announce that chapter, that proposal, I hope proposal, maybe the act, final act, on St. Nicholas Day, so on the 6th of December. So maybe then we will know how we should comply with ChatGPT. We'll see.
Thank you, Daniela, and thank you, Ana Maria. You actually, I had some additional questions, but you already answered them. Yeah. Okay, so basically, you have already sent OpenAI a nice big questionnaire with all the questions that you think are necessary to understand what they are actually doing to be GDPR compliant, for ChatGPT to be GDPR compliant. How long do they have to respond, and what if they don't, or if you don't like the answers?
So we gave them 15 days to respond, and I believe they will definitely respond because this is also their legal obligation. I heard from my German and Italian colleagues that they received already responses because they sent previously this questionnaire, and we will analyze the answers and decide on follow-up actions upon this analysis. I cannot say anything in advance, but I'm sure that they will respond. Yeah.
They will respond.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. So Daniela, Ana Maria has actually mentioned not only ChatGPT but other kinds of chatbots that were also not GDPR compliant and problematic in terms of actual risks and harms for data subjects. You work for InfoBip. The word Croatian unicorns was, the term Croatian unicorns was used in some of the introductory speeches. InfoBip was actually the first Croatian unicorn. One of the things InfoBip actually develops currently are the chatbots. So it would be great to get some feedback from you on how can the chatbots and generative AI systems that you already mentioned, how can they be GDPR compliant? And what do you do in InfoBip to make them GDPR compliant?
Thank you. We are compliant, Ana Maria. No problem. So, joke aside, currently InfoBip as a global cloud communication platforms really focused, in fact, on chatbots, in fact, on AI assistance for customer service automation. So, how it works? AI assistance is a digital assistance that provides human-like, user-friendly conversational experience by answering immediate on some questions. But what is very important here to highlight is that these services are customized for each client, each customer. So customer by himself uploads the documentation from he wants to be answered. He is the owner of the documentation, so we are not talking about OpenAI, and the document is separated from the other customers. This service we can implement on each InfoBip communication channel, and with that product, with that service, on one hand you have happy end users because they will have immediate answer on some question, and on the other hand you have companies, you have customers, custom assistants that in fact can then focus on some other questions that really need human support. So in fact, when we are talking about chatbots, we can maybe divide chatbots on those that collect data and on those ones, in fact, that doesn't maybe need to collect data at first instance. But if you want that the if you want that the chatbot works really well, that can feel the intent of the question of the end user who is asking, yes, you need to collect some personal data. So if you collect data, you have to be GDPR compliant. GDPR is highly relevant. Maybe some recommendations, some tricks and tips how to be GDPR compliant in that situations are first the consent. The consent is the key, so ask for the consent of end user. You can implement that consent on the beginning of the conversation in the chatbot. Then what is very important, process the data that you collect from the chatbot only for that stated purposes. So for example, if you are using chatbots in sales or in some marketing activities, probably you will need to collect email for, I don't know, sending newsletters or informing customers about products and services. Use email just for that purpose. If you want to use email for some other purposes, then you have to inform customer about that. The third maybe principle, what is very important, give users access to their information. You will collect some data and they can ask you anytime, hello, what are you collecting? What are you processing? And please give me all that information. And at the end, but not less important, and to be honest, for me, maybe the most important thing is transparency. Be transparent. Update your privacy notice, inform your customers about that process activities, what are you doing, what kind of data you are collecting, with who you will share that data, how long you will store that data, and implement that, that policy, implement that link on a chatbot so that customer, that end user at any time, in fact, can open that link and inform, can read what kind of data the company is processing. When, as a conclusion, when you are transparent, when you have transparency, then you will very easy get the trust of the end user. And when you have trust, you have everything. You have business, and you will not have problems with data privacy agencies, of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniela. Yes. I mentioned I work as a data protection consultant, so that's one of the key points that I also try to explain to the clients I work with. It's not only about the fines and the fear of data protection authorities, it's actually, the point is building trust of your customers, clients, and other people whose data you process. In the process of drafting the EU AI Act, it was basically the first draft was published before the ChatGPT explosion and before it became so popular. And then the legislators became aware after the ChatGPT exploded that they didn't regulate that part really well, and that they don't even define AI systems like that. So they had a problem there. And that problem is basically still not solved. So they made definitions of foundation models, general purpose AI, and generative AI. But the EU bodies in the trialogue process, so EU Commission, Council of European Union, and the European Parliament, they have different opinions on how to regulate that part. Stefan, you mentioned, if you are okay and well to talk, you mentioned that you worked with Croatian AI Association, that you were a legal advisor for them regarding the AI Act. So did you follow up with this procedure regarding foundation models and generative AI?
First of all, sorry for the cough. Since the kid went to the kindergarten, I'm like this for the last 2 months, but I'm fine now. Okay, so the Croatian AI has been very active, and we have participated with our comments, which I will get back to it in a bit. My view on how we should regulate generative AI foundational models, general purpose AI. Let me summarize it in 5 points. Of course, these are not just my 5 points. These are some of the points you probably already heard in the academia for discussions, etc. First point is to be inspired by the certain techniques from the Digital Service Act. Why I mentioned the Digital Service Act, I mention it for two reasons. The first one is that we at the CROI believe that a Digital Service Act is an example of an act which leads to a greater market fragmentation, especially in this global AI race where EU is lagging behind US and China, our main rivals. We believe that the EU should push more to help our own companies at the European Union. Digital Service Act, as you all know, puts the obligations on the biggest players. So when it comes to the generative AI, we believe that the most stringent rules should be put on the biggest players. The second reason why I mentioned the Digital Service Act is the content moderation rules, which we believe should be included in the EU AI Act for the generative AI. Now, the thing about technology such as ChatGPT, that it's hard to put it in a single box. As the EU AI Act is a risk-based approach, we kind of have to put a certain technology in a certain drawer. That is a bit complicated with ChatGPT. We could use the ChatGPT, as I use it, but don't tell my friends, to ask for advice on how to give an original birthday congratulations, something like that. I'm very lazy, so I use it for that. I see this as very harmless and very low-risk use of ChatGPT. But of course, the high risk could be to influence elections. So for that reason, I believe that we cannot put just a label on generative AI such as ChatGPT. My second point, and the last 2 points are very quick. The second point is we should think about profit sharing by generative AIs such as ChatGPT, which use a certain amount of copyrighted literature, architectural designs, pictures, paintings, etc. And there is already a certain movement at the US courts asking these questions: was ChatGPT allowed to use these copyrighted works? I believe that models such as these should only be allowed to use copyrighted works if they have a consent, and this consent, once put on the web, could be, there's a different technical means. It could be a basic means of a written consent or a watermarked consent, etc. But also that all these copyright holders who allow their works to be used by the generative AI, that they would participate in a smaller amount in the profits of this generative AI. We have this an example in Croatia for the Croatians and the Croatian speaking, the ZAMP model, where the musical industry, the authors, they collect profits from the state by all the restaurants, all the bars, or the businesses who simply have a device to reproduce music. They're obliged to pay like a monthly fee, which goes to the fund and then is divided to the music holders. I believe we could have something similar with generative AI. The third point is transparency, as Daniela correctly pointed out, so I will not go further. As we mentioned, GDPR and already the status quo of our law, we should definitely put more emphasis on the non-discrimination principle. And the last point, which I would like to put out for discussion, is tailoring the regulation of the generative AI on the whole value chain, so that we have different obligations depending are the actors developers, deployers, professional users, or non-users. As this generative AI is used by a broad range of actors in this ecosystem, I think we have to engage everyone, have them at a different level of responsibility, but also kind of force them to cooperate. The same way that in GDPR we force to cooperate the processors and the controllers. That way I believe we should force the cooperation between the developers, deployers, and the professional users. Let me finish this. I'm open for any other question.
Thanks. That was a great comment. You mentioned the copyright problem with the generative AI as well. I have recently visited a great conference in Ljubljana that Danes je Novi Dan organized. It was called Disco, and there was one panel. I can't remember the exact name of the startup, but there was a introduction of a startup that actually enables authors of any kind of art to opt out or opt in from web scraping of their own intellectual work. So there's a whole market opening up over there, and I think that's actually a great idea, and it's something really necessary in this age. Okay, so we went through the chatbots. Now we go to the cars. So as we discussed earlier, Daria works for Rimac, the company you might know for pretty interesting electric cars. One of those cars is called Nevera. I don't know if it still holds the record for being the fastest electric car in the world right now. It still does, so that's a nice achievement. And Nevera has one pretty interesting feature, and that is facial recognition. So when you use Nevera, you can actually have your own custom driver profile, and the facial recognition in the car recognizes you, and basically whoever is the driver, the car automatically switches over to that kind of driver's profile. So of course, as the whole topic of this panel is, we would like to hear what did you have to do to make that facial recognition in the world's fastest electric car designed by privacy by design principles?
Yes, face recognition functionality in vehicle Nevera as such is not something so unique, but it's interesting in terms of our discussion about AI and biometric data. So basically, as you said, it's used for setting up driver's profile automatically by collecting biometric facial data with in-vehicle cameras. And then when this profile is chosen, then it's actually used for adjusting comfort settings, for example, the driver's seating position or AC to its preferences. So it's, yeah, it's rather known, but as I said, interesting in terms of AI and biometric data, because the AI solution is used for this functionality, and it's of course based on consent. Okay, in terms of GDPR, which is the law that we already need to comply with, we as a car manufacturer and data controller are obliged actually to achieve this privacy by design and privacy by default. And we are doing so with different measures. And again, I can say that we are compliant. To our colleague Anna Maria. Okay, just to mention a few measures how this privacy by design and default is achieved. So basically, all data is, which is definitely sensitive as biometric, is collected and stored in vehicle, so it's not leaving the vehicle to some cloud. Also, data minimization principle is really followed in a way, basically, that only this first image is stored, whereas the all other images which are being captured every time somebody enters the vehicle are immediately deleted upon match or no match, so we are not piling and storing these images. Also, in terms of this default approach, the functionality has to be switched on. So after transparent information on the in-vehicle dashboard about what we are collecting, why, what we will do with this, and all this transparency obligation that we have, then the driver has decided to give or not to give consent, and then the functionality is switched on. And also maybe the last measure to mention, although it's not all, but it doesn't make sense to go into details here. In parallel, there is possibility to actually enable this profile manually, so without collection of biometric data. So it's up to a user. Okay, so this is according to the existing GDPR rules and our obligation as a data controller. But when we look into the proposal of the AI, the mere fact that biometric data is collected and the AI is used qualifies this processing as a high-risk AI processing. So high-risk AI is basically at the core of the proposal of AI Act. And the proposal puts different obligations in achieving this, this compliance according to these AI rules. So these requirements for this high-risk AI are the following. I will try to repeat them. There are 7 of them. I think I memorized them all. If not, I will learn at the time the proposal comes into force. First of all, it's very important to have a high quality of data feeding the system. Then a detailed documentation about the system and the purposes. Also, the good record keeping, especially in terms of traceability, who has access to the data, logging and stuff like that. Of course, again, very good transparency to individuals. Also, high quality, robustness, cybersecurity, and accuracy of data. I think I mentioned 6, and now I will of course come to the I mean, maybe most important one for our communication about these measures and privacy by design and assessment, and this is to have a risk assessment. So there is also, like in GDPR, you basically have a data privacy impact assessment, which is obligation of controller, in our case, a car manufacturer. Proposal of AI Act puts this risk assessment obligation at the moment, and we hear a great discussion about this, whether this is sufficient. At the moment, it puts on the provider of the AI solution. We will see whether this will end up like this, or this will be extended also to be that this assessment is conducted by a user. So basically, it means that at this moment, the provider of this AI software, which is not Rimac, but the other company, would need to do this AI risk assessment, and then if this risk assessment is positive in terms of proposal of AI requirements, this doesn't mean that we or whoever use it is allowed to use it. Why? Because in parallel, we need to apply GDPR obligations. So we need still to do this data privacy impact assessment that we are doing today. So what is actually important here, to see, and I think it's. I mean, I think it's a good approach. It's just how it is that, and what you do mentioned several times at the beginning. GDPR rules and AI rules, whatever eventually will come out of this proposal, will need to apply in parallel. So an example of this assessment, it might happen, as I said, that something can pass AI assessment, which will come in most cases as a first assessment, but then eventually it will not pass the DPA. Yeah, that's so far.
You actually already answered my next questions, and like Anna Maria did before, that's why you guys are great panelists. I don't have to do too much work. Daniela wanted to add something, and Stefan wanted to add something as well. So
I just want to add something, Daria, regarding biometric data. And here I see the conflict right now between the GDPR and the proposal of the AI. So biometric data is sensitive data. We have one description in GDPR regarding biometric data, and according to the Article 9, in fact, it is prohibited to process sensitive data, biometric data. Okay, we have some exemptions, but first it is prohibited. When you compare it with proposal of AI Act and high-risk AI systems, it is okay. It is okay to process biometric data for some purposes, bias monitoring and some other. I didn't also remember everything. So here we have a conflict between proposal and the GDPR right now.
Yeah, maybe I can just add that. Yeah, definitely it's true what you said. So in a GDPR there is general prohibition, but still there are many exceptions. So the first exception is consent, and this is in case of our product, for example. And this is definitely one of the topics which is being heavily discussed in this legislative process about proposal of AI. In terms of biometric usage of biometric data by actually in public areas, especially problematic are those in a real time, which can actually in a real time, identify person, and yeah, we will see how will this end up eventually.
yeah, now you even went to my another question, so I'm impressed. Thank you. Before I comment on that part regarding especially massive biometric surveillance and current legislation doubts in AI Act process, Stefan, did you want to add anything?
The ladies already explained my point, but I can add one more serious point. Anna Maria, we're also GDPR compliant.
Yes, Anna Maria doesn't actually work in the investigation department of ASUP, just so everybody knows, so you don't have to... Okay. So you have some questionnaires ready for everyone, right? Of course. Okay, now I will be the guilty one for bringing you here. Great. So yeah, only one more point regarding the facial recognition that we mentioned. So in Nevera, the technology you are mentioning is obviously, at least from what we can hear from you, it sounds that you took necessary technical and organizational measures to make it GDPR compliant, and that's a kind of a point of privacy by design development. And that's an example of a lawful facial recognition. But then we can switch over to a problematic one when talking about massive biometric surveillance. So, and we can already see that in numerous countries around the world. China is the great example, where you basically have all those facial recognition cameras that can remotely identify anyone, anywhere, at any point of time. And you know, we like to use China as a dystopian Black Mirror-ish example, but it doesn't only have to be in China. We have a neighboring country, Serbia, where their government has installed few thousands of facial recognition cameras all over Belgrade. And they have already tried numerous times to actually make it lawful to have a massive biometric surveillance on the streets of Belgrade. But they have faced great scrutiny by the civil society and by the other institutions, so they haven't made it so far. We were also, Politiscope was also part of EDRI, European Digital Rights Initiative campaign to actually ban massive biometric surveillance in the European Union, to make it forbidden in the AI Act. And that's basically one of the things we managed to succeed in the current proposal. So the European Parliament took a stance that massive biometric surveillance basically needs to always be forbidden. There's just one exemption, so for law enforcement, but not in real time, but in post time. So there's only that one exception. And that was basically kind of a win for civil society in the European Union. But at the current trialogue phase, other bodies don't really agree with that position. And from what we can hear, Council of European Union is strongly against it, and they want to secure more exemptions. So basically, they are trying to fight for what they call national security arrangements. So yeah, that's what we need to follow closely and to try to make our voices heard, that actually biometric surveillance always needs to be banned. And so yeah, we can go to the next question, which is we talked. Anna Maria had numerous comments over here, and everybody said that their company is GDPR compliant. And we are talking about GDPR compliance, but now we have the ongoing EU Act, which was mentioned numerous times. And the question is, no one actually knows right now which bodies are going to be the supervisory bodies for the EU Act. Anna Maria, do you have any ideas? Can you spoil the developments? Spoiler alerts.
According to Article 59 of the AI Act, each member state of European Union, of European Economic Area, will need to designate supervisory authority that will monitor implementation and application of AI Act. According to the opinion that was published already in 2021, published by EDP, European Data Protection Board, and European Data Protection Supervisor, they are clearly stated that data protection authorities should be designated as supervisory authorities for monitoring the application and implementation of AI Act. In its final opinion on AI Act, European Data Protection Supervisor also calls for a designation of data protection authorities as supervisory authorities for monitoring of application and implementation of AI Act. In its final opinion, European Data Protection Supervisor gives very good reasons for this. I will just mention some of them. Data protection authorities have already experience in monitoring processing of personal data in AI systems and its impact on fundamental rights, rights to privacy, rights to personal data protection, and in connection with that to human dignity, to judicial remedy, to free trial and human dignity. Second thing is that data protection authorities have experience with conducting risk assessment of new technologies, for example, AI facial recognition technologies. And third thing is that data protection authorities are independent and they can ensure independent supervision of AI systems which have impact on fundamental rights and freedoms. So having all this in mind, it is reasonable and can be expected that Croatian Personal Data Protection Authority will be designated as supervisory authority within the meaning of Article 59 of AI Act. We are fully aware of this possible very responsible new role of these new responsibilities, new powers, duties, and tasks. And we are preparing for this, even in case if we are not designated to be supervisory authority for AI Act, for monitoring implementation of AI Act. Still, we need to monitor processing of personal data in AI systems, and we need to keep pace with emerging technologies. So having all this in mind, we are planning to establish in Croatian Personal Data Protection Agency AI department. A director of Croatian Personal Data Protection Agency will send this proposal to Croatian Parliament. So I would like to highlight again that AI systems in stages of development and deployment very often process a huge amount of personal data, and all this processing in the first place need to be in compliance with data protection legal framework. So I hope that I responded to your question. Thank you.
Yes, you did. You gave a good spoiler alert. So I do agree as well that data protection authorities should be the ones. It makes the most logical sense that they're the ones supervising AI as well. But there's also always the questions like, we are well aware that data protection authorities are currently underfunded. They don't really have enough resources, large enough budgets to hire enough people and to give competitive salaries to, especially to IT professionals. So do you think that that part might be an additional problem when supervising AI, and do you think there's going to be some developments in data protection authorities actually gaining an acceptable budgets to do their work professionally and adequately?
Yeah, thank you, Due, for pointing this out. Yes, this is not a secret that Croatian Data Protection Agency is struggling for years with lack of human resources, especially when we talk about IT experts. But this is not the case only in Croatia. In Croatian DPA, data protection authorities all over the European economic area are struggling. We are all facing with these similar challenges, and we are trying to find the ways to solve this problem. As you said, no matter the salary that we offer, always IT experts can earn much more money in private sector. So this is the issue that we need to try to address. Luckily, we are not left alone. I mean, Croatian Data Protection Authorities or non other data protection authorities who are struggling with lack of IT experts. We are members of European Data Protection Board, and within this board, we have opportunity to learn and to cooperate with some of the best experts in the field. We are members of Technology Experts Subgroup, and within this subgroup, we are going to work together with best experts on developing of guidelines on interplay between AI Act and GDPR. Also, we are members of ChatGPT task force. European Data Protection Board has also launched an initiative called Support Pool of Experts, and within this project, best experts in the field are developing AI auditing tools. So after this, there will be organized. The trainings will be organized for data protection authorities. So we have a lot of opportunities, as I said, to learn from our more experienced colleagues. Also, we have a lot of initiatives on our own. We are this month on 20th November, we are organizing online workshop called Interplay between AI Act and GDPR. This workshop is organized within EU-funded project ARC that we are implementing together with Garante Privacy. As you know, they have a lot of experts and a lot of experience in AI field. Also, we are planning to organize high-level conference that will focus on benefits and risks of AI and how to strike the right balance to use all the benefits, full potential of the benefits, and mitigate risks of AI. This conference will be organized on the occasion of Data Protection Day next year on January, so you are all invited. Thank you.
Thanks for the invitation. I have one question for Daria and Daniela, which is related to this one. So if data protection authorities are going to be the ones supervising the AI Act, who do you think should be the person or the department in the company responsible for actually being compliant with the AI Act? So do you think that should be the privacy department's responsibility as well, the DPO's responsibilities? Do you guys have enough responsibilities already? Is it going to be too much? So what do you think that the developments are going to be in that?
First of all, Anna Maria, congratulations on a new role, probably. So if we are talking about AI and collecting data in AI systems, especially in high-risk AI systems, yes, then I think privacy department in my company should be somehow involved in that activities. We will have the department that will think about the new products, but our big role regarding data is and will be, of course, regarding that products and services.
I would say maybe it will depend on the industry and whether the AI solutions will be used which process personal data or not so much. So I think this is something which will also influence decision whether this should be privacy department / DPO in charge or some new department. But definitely, if the data protection agency will become the supervisory authority, this will definitely be, let's say, also one incentive in direction that privacy department, DPOs who are already familiar with GDPR and data protection agency will take the function. But we will see.
Thank you. I had one more nice topic, but I think we would be much over time if we get into regulatory sandboxes. So I'm going to skip to the next one, to the conclusion. I would like to get a short opinion from each one of you. If there was one thing that you would like to change in the GDPR, either the GDPR or in the current proposal of the AI Act, what would you like to change? What would that be? Anna Maria, you can start.
Perfect, then. So I'm not going to talk about GDPR. I will talk about the AI Act. So the one thing that I would like to change is that the certification system that it's set out in the proposal of AI Act doesn't take into consideration data minimization and privacy by design and by default before receiving CE marking. I think that compliance with obligations arising from EU legislation, including, of course, GDPR, for AI high-risk systems needs to be precondition for receiving CE marking. And this is like something that needs to be clearly stated in AI Act. And this is the main thing that I would like to change in AI Act. Thank you.
My idea, my proposal, already, Daria, you mentioned that at the beginning of your conversation, is that according to the proposal of the AI Act, providers, rather than users, will in fact perform impact assessment. Although in many situations, users will be those, in fact, who will be controllers when we compare it with GDPR. So in that sense, I think maybe the Act should define not just for providers impact assessment, but also for users data privacy impact assessment, and should take into the consideration all technical characteristics, use cases, so that we have, so that we better understand the AI systems.
Okay, from my side, I would just add something which seems very obvious, but still I think it's necessary to mention for the purposes of legal certainty and clarity, and we have mentioned it a couple of times already, and this is that on top of the AI Act, GDPR rules must apply, so on top and parallel. to make it clear.
I will finish with the word centralization. I don't think it's a dirty word. I think that the supervising authority, both for GDPR and the AI Act, should be centralized. It's maybe because I'm a EU federalist in my political positions, but coming from Croatia, as was already discussed in this panel, I believe that for the sake of a uniform application of these two laws, for the sake of application, as there is a lot of issues that the GDPR is not enforced enough, and also for the sake of not letting the smaller, poorer countries deal on their own with the lack of funding, lack of human resource, and the perhaps necessary expertise in this very difficult and the difficult area where lifelong learning is a prerequisite. For all those reasons, I think for the European Union as a benefit, we would profit more from a centralized supervising agency which would have all the power.
Thank you. Yeah, I will just add up on Anna Maria's comment that the GDPR is perfect. I actually agree. I think the GDPR is really well-written piece of regulation. We only have some problems with the enforcement, but I don't think that's. But I don't think that's the problem of data protection authorities, and that they are in most of the countries trying their best. I think it's the problem that we mentioned before, that they are underfunded, and I think the main thing regarding the enforcement of the GDPR, but the enforcement of the AI Act that we're soon going to talk about as well, should be to give enough money and enough budgets to the supervisory authorities that supervise the GDPR and the AI Act as well. Thanks a lot to my amazing panelists. Thanks to SEEDIG for bringing us all here. And that's it, guys. You can head for coffee break. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you so much. It was really interesting. Now we can go on a coffee break. There's a lounge to your right when you leave this room. Please keep in mind that there's refreshments and coffee available to you. If you want to take anything from the bar, that's up to you. But yeah, the bar is available as well. So we come back in half an hour for another interesting discussion. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your refreshments. We move on to our next panel discussion. Please welcome Vasil Popa. We'll have a discussion on the war in Ukraine, the impacts on warfare technology and privacy. So please introduce your panelists and take it away.
Hello. Hello, everyone. I hope that you hear me well. Hello, Zagreb, Dobar dan, and thanks everyone for joining. Thanks a lot to the organizers of this conference. This panel discussion will be a bit different in the sense that we will break the tradition of, in a sense, like political neutrality, obviously, because all of us are representing different organizations from the civil society. And when talking about the war, it's really hard, like the war of that scale that never happened since the start of the Second World War. It's really difficult to talk about OSINT in warfare and not talk about the sides that actually are involved in this war. And I myself, I'm a software engineer and the head of R&D of the research department at OSINT for Ukraine. We are a community of people, of all kinds of professionals from different areas that basically had the same goal of trying to find, investigate, and bring to accountability people who are liable of the war crimes, or allegedly of the war crimes, committed right now in Ukraine. And in that sense, talking about the sides, our stance is basically that in this war, one side is the victim and the other side is the aggressor. The victim is Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. The aggressor is the Russian state, Russian government, and its institutions, and also their proxies. In that sense, our goal as an organization is to gather, using open source intelligence, as much information and data about the atrocities that are happening right now in Ukraine. This war is unfortunately an awful sequel of the human suffering that happened here as well in the Western Balkans 30 years ago. But with internet, with selfies, with soldiers sometimes posting or like literally taking selfies in the occupied territories, and also a huge cyber war and information war, propaganda war. And in that sense, OSINT, I think we should talk about what is OSINT. Open source intelligence is gathering data in order to produce actionable intelligence. Well, what is intelligence? Something that we can know, we can find out, right? And when the war started, everyone, especially in Ukraine, around the world, tried to support Ukraine in basically the struggle to survive as a nation, to survive as basically not being killed. In that sense, there were thousands and thousands of volunteers sitting at their laptop and thinking, well, what can I do? And suddenly a thing that, well, in the last maybe 10 years ago, was a thing mostly of military and law enforcement agencies. Slowly it came to the investigative journalism. And now, right now, it's basically something that everyone can do. You can research and find data about basically people, about everyone. And why is this important? Why people started doing this is because war, besides the immense human suffering that it brings, it also creates criminals, lots of them. Suddenly, everyone who crossed the border, everyone who is pulling the gun, everyone who is giving the command to shell this or that building, and so on, becomes, basically, he breaks a law, international law. Sometimes there are straight up inhumane and genocidal orders that are given by the officers, and we see clearly that Russia as a state, right, has total disregard for the human lives, for the human rights, for the safety of the civilians, and is perpetrating, the Russian government and the Russian military is constantly perpetrating numerous crimes against humanity and against civilians, such as deportations of children, executions of the POWs, and so on. And in this environment, what happened is that the civil society started learning these tools of OSINT, of researching and trying to gather as much as possible evidence and information, because obviously the law enforcement agencies are simply overwhelmed. This is not possible to actually gather this entire information about so many things that are happening at the same time. Bucha, Irpin, Mariupol, and so on, those names that are known in the entire world. And our mission of our organization is basically to teach people to do this, to gather as much data, to extract intelligence out of it and share it with the law enforcement agencies or the courts. For example, we are, after every single investigation that we are doing, we are trying to pass this information to the law enforcement, to the police, to the International Criminal Court, and so on. Now, after this introduction, I want to pass the mic to my colleague and brother-in-arms, Christian Mamo, and after that to Alexander Mazur and Yanina Kornienko, who are both representing two different NGOs. They will introduce themselves and also talk about their organizations.
Right, so my name is Christian Mamo, really happy to be here, really big thanks to SEEDIG for agreeing to host us and giving us a platform to share our work with all of you. So I have a bachelor's in international relations and journalism from Boston University and an LLM in international human rights law from University of Essex. I have a few years of work experience in the humanitarian field in Ukraine with UN partner organizations, and also I spent some time working as a journalist for an international publication in Ukraine. And I've lived in Germany since the war started. So Vasil actually invited me to OSINT for Ukraine about half a year ago. And since then, I've had, well, three really major roles there. One is managing one of our initiatives known as Project Mariupol, which is about mapping instances of Russian war crimes in Ukraine, mapping, geolocating, and inputting it onto our map. The second is I'm also the head of our Center for Intelligence and Disinformation Research, CIDER. So as part of CIDER, we've recently completed and released a report on the Russian Cultural Center in Berlin just 2 or so weeks ago. And yeah, we hope to continue making investigations into Russian influence operations in Europe and beyond.
Thank you, Christian. Yanina, please introduce yourself and your organization.
Hello, everyone. Nice to hear all of you, and thank you for inviting me for this discussion. I'm representing Slidstvo Info Media. It's a Ukrainian investigative project, a team of journalists who before the war, before the full-scale invasion, we investigated more corruption and organized crime and abuse of power, etc., like different economical and social crimes in Ukraine. And after full-scale invasion, we switched on investigating war crimes mostly. So now we are working on identification of Russian perpetrators, Russian soldiers, We are trying to build this story around, like, for example, we are going to liberated villages and cities in Ukraine near the front line, trying to collect all evidences on the ground, like bullets, lists of soldiers, etc. Getting back to office and trying to find their photos. After that, we are going to getting back to this village again and showing these faces of Russian soldiers to people. And if someone recognizes them, we are building a story about a specific murder. So we are showing what happened in the village, and we are showing who did that. Sometimes we are trying to contact those soldiers as well if they are alive. So we're also working on stories of children deportation. We are trying to find children who was deported to Russia, and we did a documentary about that as well. We're also covering stories about kidnapping civilians on occupied territories. We also made a documentary about kidnapping journalists, showing that journalists are not just random victims of the war, but they are actually targets. Yes, we did a map of Russian war criminals. So all identified soldiers by our team, we put them on a database, and everyone is welcome to use this for their work, like our colleagues or NGOs, etc. And we're also trying to work more on stories how Russia trying to avoid sanctions, how they are still purchasing some European produced goods and products, and trying to show the world that they violate rules. Yes, of course, our main focus is just to documenting war crimes to show it to the world.
Thank you, Anina. And yeah, Alexandra, please, same drill.
Hi, I'm Alexandra Mazur. I'm editor of the NGO Olenivka Families Community. We are a community of families of servicemen who suffered due to the mass execution in Olenivka in July 28, 29 in the night 2022. There are more than 150 families in our community. We have existed since January of this year, and we have been actively carrying out activities since March of this year. Among us are families of those wounded in this mass execution and families of those who lost their lives. We cooperate with Ukrainian human rights organizations such as Ukrainian Helsinki Human Rights Union, Regional Center for Human Rights, and also Media Initiative for Human Rights. We also cooperate with OSINT for Ukraine. I should note that our organization has only basic knowledge of OSINT, as it's only one of areas of our cooperation. And as an editor, I am in charge of the verbal representation of the topic of war crimes in Olenivka, and also about mass execution in Olenivka in July 2022. And we keep in the informational field this topic. Also, we help to organize the collection of testimonies of victims, and we help to find volunteers, for example, for OSINT. And we share the information we managed to collect about the tortures in colony in Olenivka and execution in that colonies. And thank you for your attention, and thank you for invitation to this conference.
Thank you, Alexandra. I would like to talk a bit about the OSINT workflow and how it goes. Well, basically, what is the workflow of an investigation? This becomes really important when we will later get to the question of privacy rights, because as you might have heard, basically we are the bad guys of the privacy debate in a sense, right? We are breaking it. We are trying to gather as much information as possible. And in that sense, there is a huge debate regarding the legal and also ethical boundaries, or who and how you can investigate. And in that sense, the situation, for example, in Ukraine and organizations that are in Ukraine and those that are in European Union is a bit different. I would like to ask you, Christian, about the workflow of an investigation. Could you give an example, like how do you start and how do you end, basically, the whole process, like top to bottom?
Right, so with the Russian House investigation that I mentioned earlier, the Russian Cultural Center in Berlin, well, this was the culmination of about 5 months of work, of which at least 4 months was just dedicated to gathering information. So how we started was we formed a team of investigators that would be looking into the institution, and the first step is to just map out all the information that you can find publicly available. For example, you go on the institution's website, you look at, like, you know, the page about who they are, you know, who the director is, who the other big players are. You make a list of that. And then after that, you start looking into these individuals. You find their social media profiles. You go on their LinkedIn. In doing this, you know, LinkedIn, for example, which gives you a notification of when somebody viewed your profile, you would also have to make like a sock puppet account so that, you know, they're not onto you. For social media, you know, some of them have private social media, and, you know, you can also make a sock puppet account, or if you know somebody that has a alluring social media presence, you know, you can also get them to give them a little follow in that. And you see what information you can glean from that. You go through like the lists of like Facebook friends or like Instagram followers or whatever. You see who else they're connected with, like what are the roles of the people that they're connected with. This gives you an idea of like the profile of the person, the professional profile of the person and their role in the not investigation, but in the running of the institution. Once you're done with the gathering information phase, oh yeah, I forgot to mention, while gathering information, you can also make a lot of use of public archives. For example, there's Russian databases, like official databases, which you know, just show like people's address history, for example, like addresses that they've been registered. So it's basically exhausting all available methods of like finding information on these individuals from public sources. Once you're done with that, so we mapped out the information that we found on Miroboard, you know, basically made like, you know, in the old police films, the, you know, connections between like people in the criminal enterprise. Basically, we did something like that. Put the names, whatever information we can find, and once all that information was down, the next step is to make a hypothesis. Like who plays what role? Who do you think is the financier? Who is kind of flying under the radar but seems like they could have quite a prominent role? You form your hypothesis, and then the next part is possibly the biggest challenge. Again, you would be shocked how much information you can find on like any public individual, like if you care enough to look. It's just whole mountains of information, yeah, and a lot of it is bunk. You find like, again, anything in public about the individual, all the people that they're connected with and that. And the big challenge after finding all these mountains of data is distilling all of this into format which works with your hypothesis. Of course, your hypothesis has to be flexible because, you know, the information gathering stage is always ongoing, like all the way till the moment of publication. But we look at how we can fit the pieces that we found into a kind of coherent narrative that would be realistic and that would possibly explain what we suspect about this particular institution, which is, in this case, that it's not just a cultural center, but rather a front for Russian influence operations. So, again, that's probably like the most challenging part, as I said, because it's just so much information that you have to just, you know, whittle down into a workable narrative. And then after that is, well, the relatively simpler part, which is just drafting. Of course, when it comes to investigative journalism, you have to be cognizant of the different laws and regulations governing such work, especially privacy laws, which in Germany are quite stringent and which we will get into later. So basically the workflow, it's got 4 main steps. 1, gathering information. 2, forming a hypothesis. 3, distilling the information into a workable narrative. And 4, actually drafting and writing.
Thank you, Christian. I would like to jump from here, basically, or continue actually this topic, and ask you and Nina about the tools that you and your colleagues are using and the databases that you are using, because, well, in that sense, of course, there are different legislations in Ukraine and the European Union, and a lot of the times the volunteers and the journalists, they are using basically leaked databases that has been leaked to the public, and especially in Ukraine, it's quite common actually to see those kind of databases put in public about the Russian soldiers and so on. Yanina, please, could you elaborate, what are you using for your work?
So basically, we're using basic OSINT tools as well. So we are searching social media, we are searching for faces, for pictures, we are using advanced Google search for finding information. And if we talk about average Russian soldier, it's just, it's not, they don't use the really advanced tools to protect their private data, and they publish it by themselves on their social media, on different platforms, forums, etc. So I would say 70–80% of OSINT research is just usual OSINT research everyone use, right? We actually had Bellingcat training before full-scale invasion, and they gave us a lot of useful knowledge, which we're still using in our work and trying to develop it every day. So I would say it's hundreds of different tools we can use for different researchers. It depends on the case a lot. But what I noticed, and I believe everyone who worked on identification noticed as well, is that Russians, they are publishing their own crimes online, and if journalists manage to find a specific Telegram channel made by occupied authorities, for example, made by these, so-called Russian, of authorities on occupied territories, right? So they are publishing their own crimes, just call it in different names. For example, deportation of children, they say they are saved children, and they publish where they moved them, or they publishing pictures of children. Now it's less than it was a year and a half or before, for example, but it's still possible to find such proofs, and we made a project based on that about occupied city of Kupiansk, which is in Kharkiv region, and most of data was collected online, just downloading it from Russian publics. But talking about leaked data, it's really useful clues. I would say we never use it as a basic tool, like, as a final data. So usually we're trying to double check it using online tools or public tools. Which is really, now it is become more and more useful because more and more Russians trying to close their pages, close their social media, because this year's of full-scale invasion showed that journalists can get any information journalists want, right? So they're trying to close their social media, and it's become harder to identify them. That's a point when leaked database helps us, because you can search by phone number, or you can search by name or by picture, and open closed pictures, closed social media. Or at least it can be a good start of research when you don't know if the person you are searching for is the same person you found on social media, and leaked databases with personal data, for example, can help us. Sometimes we use it as an additional proofs or additional information, for example, about workplaces of Russian soldiers. When we managed to get a phone, a Russian soldier phone, with videos and photos from the field, from the war field, right? So we made a story about that, and we collected all those videos, but we needed some more additional information about who these guys are. And sometimes social medias don't give the full information about them, and we use leaked data to find their salaries and to show that the motivation to join army, and also the results they faced there. So we had a whole chain of this life story, right, about Russian soldier who had problems in Russia, and their lack of knowledge also, and lack of empathy. It was a reason why they joined army, and then we see what happened with them. They was killed. We got their phone, and we saw everything happen with them on the front line. So sometimes that linked database really helpful, but usually we trying to stick these ethical rules. We try not to use it as a basic, as a the only data we use. So it's just an additional sources. I think it's if you want me add something else, I am happy to, but I think it's the basic thoughts I wanted to share.
Thank you, Nina. I would like to ask Alexandra about the. We will get a bit later to the legal boundaries and ethical ones of this kind of research. But what happened after the start of the war, and we should understand that, as I said, the OSINT basically came from military and law enforcement, then to the journalists, and then to the volunteers. And Alexandra, could you please tell your experience with teaching people who don't know OSINTs or didn't know these tools, teaching them, or using their skills, using their time and effort as investigators to gather information about the tragedy that happened in Olenivka?
Maybe I have a problem with connection. Do you ask about teaching new volunteers in OSINT, yeah?
Yes, teaching and
okay.
and using and using their what do you do with the information that you gather? What do you do next? Do you pass it to the law enforcement, to the police, and so on?
In this area, we have cooperation with OSINT for Ukraine, and we help them to find volunteers to work in topic of Olenivka. And also as an editor, I'm in this group of volunteers, but I don't provide any teaching of new volunteers. So only one thing that I know, that there are lessons for them, and I think that all OSINT volunteers should work in standards. For example, in our topic, for our lawsuit in international courts against Russian Federation, and we cooperate with OSINT organization, as OSINT for Ukraine, and also with lawyers, because, as I said, there are standards for international courts, and our volunteers should collect information in these standards.
Thank you, Alexandra. Now I have a question to all three participants regarding the whole idea of the GDPR and the new privacy laws that were established was to protect privacy of every single citizen of the European Union, right? Their data, their right to basically not disclose information about themselves, especially things like the personal address, etc. But is it applicable, or what do you think are the ethical boundaries, or what should be the legal boundaries in cases of war? Is it okay to publish personal data of, for example, Russian citizens who are allegedly, possibly related to those war crimes, but not of the soldiers? Where is this boundary between investigation and or making things public, and at the same time basically not disclosing the privacy or data of everyone? Or maybe it can be done, for example, for the citizens of the country that is the aggressor. What's your opinion on that?
Well, legally, GDPR does contain provisions which help facilitate investigative journalism, yeah? Because, I mean, without some form of data collection, investigative journalism becomes very difficult. So, of course, when it comes to, so legally speaking, I mean, as long as your data collection is in service of the investigation, it's, and concerning the people that are actually the subject of your investigation, that generally should be fine, legally speaking. Ethically, there's a lot of gray areas with that, yeah? But when it comes to something like the Russian invasion, where it's the direct consequences of the actions of a certain state, I think I would say most, if not all, representatives of the aggressor state should be liable to being investigated. I don't think that there's much that you can argue against that. And representatives of the state, such as soldiers, for example, at the most basic level, when they're the direct participants in the aggression perpetrated by their employer, I think that basically forgoes the right to privacy that would apply to regular people. Of course, there's a lot of gray area cases for which it's difficult to, give a general opinion on. But in that case, I think, you just need to trust your own judgment and integrity, and of course the legal framework as well, considering the legal framework as well.
Yanina, what's your thoughts about this? Can we research what is the extent to which we can publish things about this or that person, for example, from Russia or even Belarus?
I'm sorry, Belarus. You mean Russian soldiers sorry,
like no, people who are related, yeah, Russian soldiers who are related to the Russian state, or for example, who are like, yeah, related to the state, exactly, to the state aggressor. Or, for example, I know that many organizations in Ukraine were also investigating the like people related to the Belarusian state, the current one, right, the one under Lukashenko, because they were actively helping in the invasion of Ukraine. So my question is, where is it this boundary, right? And what should be, like, should the European legislation or Ukrainian legislation be adjusted to this? What is the situation in Ukraine on that? Like, what is allowed to publish and what not?
So I think I will talk from a journalist perspective more, because I'm not sure I'm the best person to talk about, right, like NGO legislation, etc. But as a journalist, I believe we should publish faces of people who invaded Ukraine, and we actually don't publish any information which is not public, right? When we talk about leaks, it's mostly like numbers, right? Yeah, we never publish their numbers of passports, right? And we never publish their phone numbers, even though we can do that, right? So we use it only for build a story. For example, we know their number of their salary, which is private information. But at the same time, I think this is I would say this is important for society, for Ukrainian society to like not only Ukrainian, I think European society, to see who invaded Ukraine, because all these crimes have faces, and what we are trying to do is just showing these faces. So I think we still follow some ethical rules. We don't publish children's faces because they don't choose their parents, right? And when we are showing Russians social media, so we usually blur those faces. We don't show children. We sometimes show wives of Russian soldiers, because it helps us to show that it's not just the people who who just following rules and never think something bad about Ukraine. Like the Russian propaganda says sometimes, like trying to whitewashing Russian soldiers and saying that they're just doing their job, but showing their personal details of their personal life, it's also a way to debunk this theory and to show that Russian soldiers hated Ukrainians for years. And sometimes it's not a professional Russian soldiers, usually it's just Russian citizens, and their social media showing that this hate speech against Ukrainians take years and decades, and their families support that. And publications like about killing all Ukrainians, it's just really, you can see them in multiple pages, social medias, right, of those people. So I think this is a social important information to show the face of the enemy, and it's not just the numbers, it's there's people who take responsibility, because what we hope is that someday these people will be judged and will be investigated by authorities, Ukrainian authorities, international law enforcement authorities, and our work is some kind of help for them to do that in future. So we actually have some cases opened after our investigation, after our identifications as well. So according to Ukrainian law, we are using only public information which is available, but also in terms of ethical things, I think it's even not comparable when people comes with guns killing children and we are just showing their social media. I think it's not, it's fine because it's our way to fight, which is still not comparable to what they do. But we also, as I said before, we never publish their phone numbers, which is some journalists do, but we think it's not that important. I mean, we will put this and we will, cause hate speech against those people, which still will be in the comments, but we are not activists. I think the only thing we need to do is just to showing stories, and all the information we're trying to use, it's something that's crucially important for the story. So what else we don't do? We are also trying sometimes, if it's possible, to contact those people and to be sure we identify the right person. So just to call and have any kind of confirmation except our findings. And I wouldn't say we're trying to give them a chance to explain themselves, but also I think if we accuse them in murders, we are trying to contact them as well. It's not really, it doesn't work every time, but we are trying to do that. So I think, so I think in ethical terms, the only thing we are really careful about is children, but in all other cases, since it's perpetrators, I think we have all rights to publish their faces. Thank you.
Thank you, Anina. I would ask the organizers if, we have 15 minutes left, and if there are any questions or hands raised, maybe we can reserve this time to maybe a bit debate or discuss, because I know that we are coming a bit from a different area, right? We are coming from the civil society, and basically the perspective is very different on privacy, as I said, and on the way OSINT and investigations are made right now. Do you have any questions or comments from the... Yeah, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, do you have numbers on how many of your investigations led to actual prosecution by either Ukrainian law enforcement or international courts?
Well, I can say for the OSINT for Ukraine, for example, we gathered some information, made an investigation about the deportation of children from Ukraine. This, we don't know to what extent it helped, but you know about the arrest warrant on Mr. Putin and Lvova Belova. Lvova Belova is the ombudsman for children's rights in Russia. And there is an official warrant on their arrest from the International Criminal Court. We sent this information maybe a few weeks before it was. I don't think it was we brought a lot of new information they didn't know. I'm sure it wasn't the case, but still we are just sending this information and seeing, basically hoping that this information will help further research, further investigation, and so on. To what extent it helped? So they will never say that, all right? They will reinvestigate it alone. It's just a help to them. Basically, we are doing some work for them and saying, look, this is what we found. Okay, we will check this. And then the court decides or decides to prolong the investigation and so on. Yanina, maybe you have a few cases about that.
We have some cases, yes. So our documentary as well about deportation of children was like we passed everything we published to Ukrainian prosecutors, and they are now currently investigating this case. And also I know that I'm not sure which exactly international organization, but also trying to investigate that. Also, we have like multiple cases of identification Russian soldiers. So when we publish stories, prosecutors contacted us and asked us to use our investigations and testimonies we collected in their cases. And also we made a story about deportation of people from Mariupol to Russia using Russian Orthodox Church. So people who was deported, they was deported to Russian Orthodox Church's monasteries. And we also got this from Dodo's Secrets leak, those emails we used for proving this case. And yes, also we was contacted by Ukrainian law enforcement authorities, and they asked us to pass this information. But we usually never pass something we didn't publish. We give only information we published that our rules to work with government. Yeah, let's say. Yeah, we have a lot of cases like that, and I hope it will be more and more.
Other questions? Maybe comments, thoughts, anything can make it a bit more interactive. I also would like to hear somebody, yeah, please.
Hi, thanks so much. I was just wondering if you've actually faced any legal challenges for your investigations, or if it's just kind of a general concern that you're aware of.
It's coming. It's probably coming because, for example, there is an example. A lot of news outlets also wrote about the Russian House of Science and Culture in Berlin, which is basically a hotspot for Russian propaganda, and it's basically super apologetic about the war, and it promotes this regime and the aggression against Ukraine as well. And also, there are clear evidence that this institution is not what it is. A lot of news outlets from like the opposition media from Russia who moved to Europe, or from Germany as well, the news outlets from Germany researched that, published some information, but there was like specific things about the management of this Russian house who instantly got them sued. So instantly, there was like in 2 weeks, there was a lawsuit demanding that this or that information has to be deleted. Because, for example, it was gotten from a leaked database, which is, it's not, you can't really prove, like you can prove the authenticity of it, right? And you can argue in the court, but it's still like if the other part has really good lawyers, and they have enough resources, etc., they can push it. And sometimes the news outlets are like, okay, we don't do that, especially because in Germany, the laws on privacy, they're like even more stricter than GDPR itself. Like the courts are very strict and very sensitive about that. So yeah, we were working, I think, about this investigation at least 1 month, almost every day, reading and rereading every single sentence in order to be sure that if we will be taken to the court, we can defend every single word that we wrote about this. And unfortunately, this is something that it's a big debate in the civil society about that, about the privacy and like basically just investigating corruption and criminals, because sometimes those criminals are very influential. Right? They have the money, they have the lawyers, they have the influence, and they use sometimes this law to protect themselves. And you can't really, like, it's really a boundary between saying lies about somebody or exposing his personal data, and actually the right to know what is going on, right? When you're talking about politicians, about people who are related to a state institution and so on. And yeah, I think there is a lot of work so that the European legislation should be crystallized about that, because sometimes it happens that people who are like basically average people, average citizens, etc., they have their data leaked to the darknet, for example, leaked databases, etc., that can be openly bought by literally anyone. There are a ton of Telegram bots, for example, where you actually imagine a chat bot, chat GPT, right, where you ask, tell me everything about this email, and he's the person that it is there. Because ChatGPT, for example, doesn't do that, right? It has its own restrictions. But there's, like, if there is a technology, it will be used. And it will be used as well by the bad guys. And the legislation for now is so that, like, the court protects basically people who are ready to go to the court, to defend themselves, to pay a lawyer, and so on. But the average people, they literally have their data all across the internet. I was shocked. Like we did basically a thing on the request. I asked one of my colleagues, please find out anything, all my digital footprint on the internet. Although I was quite paying attention of what I'm posting, how, what is the information that was like about my address, for example, where I lived, and so on. And he found everything, like things that I wouldn't ever know that there are on the internet. For example, my grades from the high school, you know, stuff like that. And this is actually, well, it's scary, you know. And this information is all over the internet. But when the civil society tries to tell about which happened a lot, by the way, with the Russian oligarchs, they took a lot of news outlets to the court instantly. Like, you say something that is it's taken from a leaked database, it's taken from this information, but because it's not, well, it was public, but not, for example, not sometimes it was a shady source, so you can argue in the court that this source cannot be used. And their lawyers would defend. They would push this news outlet to delete this or that information. And in that sense, this is why we prepare ourselves for that, but we are also ready to go to the court and actually openly speak about those people who pretend to do one thing in Europe, like having business and so on, but basically working straight up for Russian government or for Russian intelligence. Any more questions, thoughts? Yeah, the organizers tell me that we are pretty much over. Thanks everyone for the questions, for the attention, and yeah, have a nice lunch. Thanks everyone, and especially thanks to our speakers, Alexandra, Yanina, and Christian.
Thank you, Vasily. Thank you, everyone. Oh, a small reminder, later today at 7:30 we'll have a business dating networking event. So with that being said, we're ready to go on lunch, but please keep it short, 30 minutes. We come back in 30 minutes and continue with our session. So if you happen to start any conversations, you will have a chance to continue that conversation later today. Okay, enjoy your lunch. Hello? Welcome back. I'm really sorry I had to interrupt a lot of the conversations in the lunchroom to bring you back in. But as far as I can see, some people are still on it. But moving on, we go to the next session, which is a workshop. And we have the lovely Montserrat Legoretta, who's going to help us out. Let's peek behind the curtain. Take it away.
Great. So the after lunch session is always a great time, but also kind of challenging because people want to continue their conversations. But we know you will have time to continue doing that in tonight's networking session. So thank you so much for the invitation to be here. My name is Montserrat. You can call me Montse for short. I am the Global Network Initiatives Program and Operations Associate. And today what we're going to do is we're going to talk about how companies respond to government demands. So just a brief intro, I'm going to talk to you about what the Global Network Initiative is, what we do, and then we're going to go through an exercise together. So don't worry about reading this just now, just you can put that aside and we'll work through it together. Okay. Oh my God, I forgot I have a pointer, which is pretty cool. Okay, so the Global Network Initiative was founded a while ago, and it really has changed with what the internet, how the internet has changed over time. So what you can see here is that we are a multi-stakeholder organization that focuses on accountability. So what this means is that as part of our network, we have companies like big tech companies such as Google, Meta, et cetera, and also the telecommunications companies, as well as civil society organizations, academics, and investors as part of the board. And essentially what we do is through the pillars that you can see here is promote human rights, particularly focusing on freedom of expression and privacy. Through a learning where member institutions come together and learn from each other's kind of policies in a place where people can discuss these ideas. As you probably know, there's sometimes tension between civil society organizations and big tech companies. So this provides a safe space in order to do that. And for the companies to discuss amongst themselves and with each other in an area, that also considers antitrust. So that's also important. Providing a framework for responsible decision making. This is the key pillar that we're going to be discussing today, and you can read our public assessment report that just came out. And essentially, you saw people talk about accountability a lot in the past session. And our goal through the assessment process is to hold big tech companies accountable in terms of how they respond to to government demands for data. So the assessment process is something that happens every 2 years, and it takes into account the GNI principles and implementation guidelines, which are based on the UNGPs, and the OECD guidelines. So you can read the implementation guidelines, the principles, and the guidelines in different languages. We have them on our website. And that's essentially the framework we work through. We just published the 4th cycle of independent assessments. These assessments are conducted every 2 to 3 years based on the company's ability to, abide by the principles and improve over time. What this means is that it's not a ranking or a score. It's just the company passes the assessment or does not pass the assessment, and it essentially takes into consideration the evolving regulatory landscape. So as we can see with the DSA and other types of regulatory instruments, the GNI assessment process is evolving with that for its 5th cycle of assessments. When the GNI assessment process came into fruition, we weren't 15 years ago, we weren't talking about the landscape that exists today. Meta was not what it is today. The founding companies are still part of GNI, but it's been really growing. And in its global nature, it has companies from across the technology stack, as well as across geographies. So initially, it started with very US-based companies and European companies, and has since grown to include companies like Vodacom, for example, and MTN in Africa. But it also, like I mentioned, includes others across the stack. Any questions up to now about what we do? Who has heard of GNI? Okay, cool. So kind of knowing what we're talking about here. Okay, so in order to go through the exercise that we're about to do together, I'm going to walk you through some of the implementation guidelines, right? So here you can see the categories. Well, you can find the appendix also online on our website. But essentially what you can see here is how companies can respond to freedom of expression requests. I'm not going to walk you through every single one of these, but if you can see, for example, category 2, freedom of expression, right? If the government tries to request data, then or tries to limit freedom of expression, what is the legal basis for doing that? Why is it that the company is required to comply with this? And this is kind of the exercise we're going to engage with today. You are going to pretend to be part of a telecommunications company, and we're going to go through an exercise together about what government demands would look like and how you would respond to them. So category 3 is privacy and responsible company decision making. We talk about, procedures, employees, training, these types of things. And the GNI assessment process goes through case studies, goes through these processes with the companies together, and really determines that they have the right frameworks in place. Okay, so now before we start, I'm going to give everyone, so if you can bunch up together in groups of 5, maybe a little bit bigger, whoever's next to you. The point is for you to discuss the scenario together. I'll give you 5 minutes to bunch up together and then read this. Don't worry, I'll go through it with you. But just to familiarize yourself with this document, if you don't have one, raise your hand, and my colleague will bring one to you. Three is also 3 to 5. If you want a bigger group, that's also okay. Okay, so 5 minutes starts now. Okay, so 20 seconds, and we'll walk through this together. Okay, so just a bit, the photos you're about to see, there's some of my colleagues just in terms of copyright images. I know we've also been talking about that a little bit. So, okay, so as you've read already, the Republic of Genovia is about to hold elections next year. So President Thermopoulos, you know, it's her third time running for office. You're classic person who wants to remain in power, and she has the majority legislature. Her incumbent is Senator Rinaldi. He's a longstanding representative of a minority ethnic group, and he's gaining popularity fairly quickly. A little bit of context: in January 2020, as you read, there was an attempt to crash a van into the presidential palace. Independent sources have not been able to identify the attacker. However, protests have ensued ever since. So President Thermopoulos says Rinaldi and his supporters are responsible, and you know, some actions are taken against supporters and citing threats to public order. Now, you've read the legal background, but quickly, the Genovian Constitution guarantees the right to free expression and the protection of citizen privacy of their home, correspondence, telephone, and telegraphic communications. You know, this kind of resembles a lot of what the real world has, or countries have. The exception is in Section 40, which, you know, the government can suspend this if and when, you know, there's a threat to public order, morality, and public health, as well as defense and national security. Now, the telecommunications background, and this is important because for your role you're going to play. As you've seen, the market share in Genovia, you have the private-owned companies, but you also have the state-owned companies, as you can see here. So Telegen is owned by Teleworld. Teleworld is the parent company. And it has the majority of the market share. This is who you are representing, right? You're representing Telegen. The state-owned companies are Novicom and Cupid, and they have a smaller market share. This is relevant in terms of like your decision-making process and how you're thinking of who you can collaborate with in terms of how you respond to these government demands. Telecommunications sector regulation. You can see the Communications Regulatory Authority is responsible for administering the Communications Regulatory Code, which grants operating licenses. If you, if you're familiar with telecommunications companies, they're really based, like they are, their ability to operate really depends on this license. So in that way, they are very much, they have to follow what the laws are, right? They're even if they are privately owned companies. So this also orders the company to keep track of records of traffic data, subscriber information, and related content, and can revoke licenses. Note that there's no legal document that prescribes the method, right? It's already in your sheet, but we're just going through it quickly. It also permits a court officer in charge of a police station to issue an order for production of any document or other thing. So often you will see some of these laws are kind of vague in their provisions and how they're being implemented. Again, this is in your handout if you need to reference it. Okay, so demand one. There's a public demonstration and there's a hospitalization of a Thermopoulos supporter and an arrest of a Rinaldi supporter. Rinaldi supporters return, after the police comes and says, okay, you guys have to clear out from this place. And how they're marching nonviolently, they're protesting in a very peaceful manner. There's no violence at this point. However, the deputy director of the Office of Public Safety calls Telegen via an office telephone number and demands that the company send an SMS messages ordering a curfew, okay? To all of them, to all the users, not sewers, users, sorry, typo, in the city, citing public safety, and it orders people to go home. So it says the government is saying you have to send out this SMS message. The receiving employee calls the deputy director to complete the government request form. GNI member companies are required to abide, as we talked about in the beginning, by the GNI principles. This is one of the principles. If the company receives a government request, it has to do this. Given the little time, the director escalates the matter to the CEO. The CEO asks you, do we comply with the oral request and send the message, or do we reject the request? So we're going to do this one together. Who complies with the order? Who rejects? Okay. The demand, regardless of what you've chosen, some protesters go home, the police are sent to protect the presidential palace, and then altercations start breaking out, so there's more violence. So if you complied with an oral demand and sent the mandatory communication to all users. However, the Denovian civil society, organizations start boycotting you. And they start boycotting the parent company. So there's some backlash there for having done this, right? If you did not comply, you denied the government's request. However, the state-owned companies did comply, and now you're in trouble. The government arrested the receiving intelligent employee, so whoever received the phone call, this was an oral communications demand, is now arrested, and she is held personally accountable for not complying with the demand. So as you can see, this is kind of it makes it complicated for companies to certainly comply with these demands. However, these scenarios are not necessarily black and white, so the next one you get to discuss with your groups. So moving forward, President Thermopoulos attributes the demonstration to Rinaldi, and federal agents request Rinaldi's SMS record. Okay, so they put in a court order for a time period surrounding the attack of the van. You know, we discussed that there was, that van attack 3 years ago, and they used appropriate procedure. Like they use a warrant, they go through appropriate legal procedures. However, the government request says, noting that Telegen can only provide services in the Republic of Genovia if it remains in good standing with the licensor, right? So again, you as the company rep has to continue to be in good standing with the licensor. Oops. So, okay. So the question now is whether you comply. I mean, I hope you didn't see it, whether you comply or not comply. So, so in your groups, I'll give you around 5 minutes to decide whether you're going to comply with the government's request or not, and why. Yeah. So what? Oh, what is the time frame? Yeah. So here it is. So here's what they're asking for. SMS record of 3 years, okay? This is what they want. They want the text messages. Exactly, 3 years ago, right? So from 2020 to now. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Okay, let's bring it back. So who wants to share whether they comply? Who complies? No one. It's not surprising. Who complies with the request? No? Okay, I want to hear that point. We don't, do we have another one of these? Okay. Do you want to tell us about the 2-year point or what your question is about that?
Okay, so the reason why we do not comply is that the Communication Regulatory Authority says that telco operators should keep the data only for 2 years, and this is the data request goes 3 years back.
So it goes 3 years back, so that means?
So it means there's no data. We
Correct.
have deleted it.
Exactly. So technically, if you actually abide by the G9 principles and really what the authority asks of you, the data doesn't exist anymore. Right.
Correct. And I was a previous GNI Observer member, so.
that explains it. Can you help with this?
Sure.
Okay. Exactly. Any other points on this? I mean, this is a very niche group, so that's not surprising, right? So if you did comply, you're asked to request the content. Like if you did do it, then there are ways in which you could do it, right? Where you could basically tell the government to tell you what are the exact dates that you want, what is the time period, and to point to the relevant legal stature, right? Again, this was also an oral demand, so you would ask to get it in writing. So that's another way that the company has. Then you would keep the record of every individual request, and you would ask the government to notify Rinaldi that they have basically asked for this specific data. So you would do that if you were the company. Now, if you did not comply, you say there's no there's no reasonable basis for the investigation. And also, as our colleagues rightly pointed out, you don't even have the data in the first place if you actually were following what the Communications Authority told you. So in response, though, the government opens a legal case against you, which in the case of the Republic of Genovia, it's a strong case. Now, the demand 3. Following the protest in demand 1, people start organizing, and they organize a strike on social media platforms, and people use the multinational platforms because there are no kind of local alternatives. So the government submits a request to ask for submit the appropriate request to Telegen to request the identity of every user who was in the vicinity of the earlier demonstration. Okay, so this is like currently, where the presidential residence, near the presidential residence after the protest curfew began. So President Thermopoulos, Chief of Staff, calls Telegen's CEO and demands that the internet be shut down in the name of national security. And also tells the CEO tells us that Telegen cannot disclose the order. The CEO refers the Chief of Staff to the proper procedure and escalates it to you in the meantime. Location data will implicate people who were there by coincidence, and the large majority of demonstrators are nonviolent, so you'll have the data on not necessarily targeted people, but all the people who were in the vicinity. You kind of think that the government wants to make examples of the protesters and discourage general strikes and other future demonstrations. This request may be too broad, and you may not have legal standing. You are bound by local law, right, and your home jurisdiction's law, as well as international human rights commitments. So, what do? You can discuss with your groups. Now, no, this is not a binary to comply or not comply now. You know that you have ways in which you can comply or not comply. So it's more of a nuanced approach to this. So in that, you can discuss with your groups. Is this an oral? No, this is a written one. Okay, so you can go ahead and discuss with your groups, and you can get creative in terms of whether you comply or you don't comply. Does anyone have any questions? Yes. Correct. Thank you for pointing that out. That's part of the nuance in this that I was referring to. Some of these, when these demands come in, they're not just one, they're multiple scrunched up together. So you would be correct in your approach when you think about how you respond to it. You could respond to one, not the other. Again, niche group also. Okay, so we'll give everyone one more minute to finalize their plan. Okay, let's bring it back, like maybe 30 more seconds to finalize whatever your decision is. And remember, it's not necessarily a binary of compliance or non-compliance. You know, there's like a gray area. Oh. Okay, great. So a gentleman just pointed out a very good question is like, what do the GNI principles say about this? And that's a really good question. And that's the reason that member companies have a framework through which to work through some of these demands. And that's what the GNI does. Non-member companies don't necessarily have that. So that's a good point. Moving into how people respond to the demand. Can one group tell us how they responded? Okay, let's go here and then let's go in the back. Do we have the person with the other microphone? Here, I'll just give it to you.
Thanks. So basically, we decided not to comply and then we started coming up with reasons why not to. So the first thing we thought of was that the instruction came from the office of the president, if I'm not mistaken, in the scenario. So it says clear that these types of orders can be issued by court or officer in charge of a police station. So we can sort of make this technical legal, make a case on this technical legality that the request was not submitted by the authorized person. It should be submitted by a court or a police officer and not the president. Another point is that curfew was introduced. So the Constitution says that constitutional rights can be limited only with a separate law and introduction of a emergency state. So in the scenario, we haven't found anything on this. So basically, the curfew order which was issued was not legal because it's in contradiction to constitutional rights. And of course, the thing that would work in like rule of law states is that the request is too broad and basically it will invade on privacy of people who were not involved in the protests or were involved in the protests and did break the illegal curfew but did not participate in any violent actions. So these are like the three elements that we found.
Great.
And one more thing is that we're not that scared of them removing the license because a national emergency state was not declared yet. So they have less maneuver, less space to maneuver when it comes to revoking the license.
Okay, great. And that's really, when you talk about internet shutdowns, that's one of the things that the operators are most concerned about. Let's go back here. You could continue with this one. As you know, there's two separate demands within this, so maybe you want to tackle the other one.
Yeah, regarding the shutdown of the internet, because I think this is what we just talked about, right? That it was a demand that wasn't written. We would ask for the clarification about the data of the people being in the vicinity of the protests as well. First, it's not clear who the government is asking about, like what person, because it makes sense when you're asking the data about John Smith, but like people in the vicinity of this protest, when it happened, why, and this request has to be done again in a form of investigation inquiry at a court warrant. But we actually came across an idea, would I say, if it wouldn't be not protest, but for example, a terrorist attack. It just happened, right? And it's crucial to find out who did this. How would we respond? And in that sense, I think our commitments to the human rights are playing a crucial role, because in that sense, maybe we would comply in order to like save lives, etc. And in that sense, it's not only legal decision, but also how we actually analyze what's happening and what is this inquiry about.
Okay, great. Anyone want to add anything to those responses or what your group thought about any of this?
What we said in our group is that in order to avoid really upsetting the government too much, we would, rather than just blatantly denying the request, we'd ask for clarifying information that would make it tough for the government to provide answers, such as giving explanations as to it's kind of what you said, like justifying that the request pursues public safety objectives first and foremost, and then also challenge things like the vicinity. Like what do you mean by the vicinity? We need clear geographical information. We need clear time frames to see who we're gonna look into or not.
Okay, any other contributions, ideas? Yep.
Yeah, thank you. Just additional one detail on shutting down the operator network or internet. We need to also consider the financial impacts on the operator performance, because operator usually pays for the license. So if it needs to shut down the network, there needs to be some financial explanation or compensation for shutting down this network. So that the government also needs to consider that part.
Okay, any other comments?
It was attack of one person on another person. This happens, I believe, in every country.
You mean in the scenario, or just?
No, I mean
just okay.
So this is an instance of one person attacking another person. It is not. Did I understand well?
You mean in like?
Yes, in the scenario.
Sure, like if you were to say it as like a government leader trying to attack another one. You mean in the greater
but it was
context?
one-on-one. This is what I'm saying. It's not that. So how can you justify asking for everybody's data if it was one-on-one?
Yeah.
It's not emergency. It's not that something happened. It's just like a normal crime that happens in any country. And I don't know whether it's crime, but it's, let's say, somehow disorder, no? It's, I don't know what happened to how badly he was hurt or whatever, but he was alive, no?
Yeah, so in this scenario, like the person, only the driver passed away. So yes, you're right. No one else was hurt.
But the driver passed away 3 years ago.
Yeah, that's true. In the current protest, no one has died. Yes.
No one has died,
no
and
one
one person
died.
attacked another person. So it is just like two guys fighting.
Right.
So this happens, I believe, all over. So you can't introduce martial law for such situations. You should have a police investigating and do their job normal way.
Yeah. Proportionality and rule of law.
Exactly. Okay.
Yeah, as you said, we are all kind of a niche people, especially human rights-wise. But we have to take into account that the telecommunication company is not a judicial body, and it's not their place to decide whether something is this or that. But if we say that there is a legal framework, adequate legal framework with constitution, with procedures we don't know about in the provided information, the only job of the mentioned company is to comply if the procedure is fulfilled and adequate from the adequate state institutions that are that jurisdiction is to decide this or that. So that's only the only job of a telecommunication company is to follow by the book the procedures and the situation at hand. It's not their job to decide whether something is a violation of human rights or not. There are courts, there are institutions, and there are GNI principles in that sense, and that is why they exist, I guess.
Yeah. Yes. So, okay. So going through some of your answers, as we kind of, yes, telecommunications companies operate within a legal framework, and there is some room within when certain governments, like in this case, the government you can see has authoritarian tendencies, what they can do and how they respond. Obviously abiding by human rights principles, not just the GNI. The GNI principles are based off of, you know, human rights doctrine. And that's like the main thing here. Now, in terms of the solutions, you're correct in the sense that you can't really request information if it's a one-on-one attack for an entire geographic location. Like geolocation is something that is important here, where potentially, like, if you don't comply, you could also ask clarification questions, as some of you mentioned. In terms of shutting down the internet, also, you know, you could do a localized shutdown if you really have to. Of course, like telecommunications companies, like shutting down the internet is a human rights violation. However, that continues to happen around the world. And yeah, and so that is something that, so essentially like all of these going through kind of the other way. So then if you complied, your employee is still detained and you are concerned for her safety. Obviously there's like some gray areas, like if you comply with the request about how you would do that. Your headquarters could get really upset with you and say, why are you not abiding by the principles? Why are you not protecting human rights law? Essentially, that could also lead to market exit, right? As we've seen with certain telecommunications companies. There's debate as to whether market exit is even something that is a good thing, you know, because, and you can see it in cases such as the Myanmar example. If you do not comply, you risk at the CSO organizing a boycott of telecom and extending to a boycott of all teleworld products. Sorry, it was the other way around. If you did not comply, and this one is comply. And then that could also lead to you kind of exiting the market. So, I mean, the main point here is, I mean, you are, obviously, like I'm in a group of experts. When we run this tabletop exercise with non-company members or people who don't understand how these compliance mechanisms work, it really sheds light specifically with civil society organizations to try to see where the companies stand when they're faced with sort of these demands, right? And so we, as GNI, we're trying to like make an effort to really do more of these to kind of explain how how companies respond to government demands while still keeping accountability at the forefront. I think that that's the current debate that's going around the world, and that is very important. And you know, there are these frameworks, and we'll see what the regulatory landscape brings in next. But these are the types of cases that will also be discussed in an assessment process. You know, where the independent assessors of the company will go through some of these demands and say, okay, what did you do, company? If the government requested this, how did you, did you comply? Did you not comply? What was the reasoning? How did you go through it? And obviously, the other main thing is like when the companies operate in certain geographic locations such as this, they're also concerned for employee safety. So that's another thing that is very important to note. Okay, so I know we're kind of short on time, so if does anyone have any questions or final comments about this? I'd welcome you to you know, go on our website. We just published the last round of assessments that sheds light on 11 companies and how we've assessed them. And if you want to discuss further exercises like this or any way we can help you with any kind of multi-stakeholder processes, I think that that's something we'd be more than happy to do. So that's it for me. I really appreciate your time and going through this scenario with me today. So I think if anyone has any last minute comments, questions, or concerns. Olga?
So I just wanted to say thank you for this workshop, and also to say that this wonderful lady was so kind to accept our invitation for SEEDIG on her birthday. So we want to congratulate you so with a small surprise.
Happy birthday.
And I want to wish you to always shine bright, to move forward to new horizons. and to always have reasons to smile, and also a lot of moments which you can enjoy among the people whom you love, and stay always as smart and beautiful as you are.
Thank you, Olga. I really appreciate it, and to all the SEEDIG team. And the GIF work, which is who funds part of this, and we're doing that company engagement piece. So also talk to us about that. That's something that's really cool that we're doing with Internews. So thank you all, and yeah, have a great rest of your day.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you, Montserrat, for this dynamic workshop. I guess we're all woken up. For our next sessions, we're going to go into lightning talks. So short. So our first lightning talk will be from Ms. Regina Filipova-Fuchsova. You hear? So give a round of applause to Regina.
One, two? Yes, perfect. I have everything. Thank you very much. I feel like I am interrupting a cake cutting ceremony after the congratulations. So thank you very much for invitation. It's my pleasure to put some light during this lightning talk on what we do in multilingualism online, and excuse me, no, and specifically about the ID and Word report and the findings of this year. My name is Regina Filipová-Fuchsová, and I am based in the Prague office of URIT, the .eu registry. I would like to speak both about why we support multilingualism online and why we believe it's important, and then also come to some concrete findings. When I say we, I mean URIT, the registry manager of .eu, top-level domain, but we also manage EU, the Cyrillic script at the top level, and also Epsilon Upsilon, the Greek one. We are running the registry based on the appointment by the European Commission, and you can imagine that also for the European Commission it's very important to make sure that the cultural and language diversity is secured online. We are running the registry already since 2005, and also the service what we provide, it's in all EU official languages. Currently there are 3.7 million registrations in our portfolio, and as for the total numbers, IDNs represent just 1% of the portfolio, around 40,000, and those under Cyrillic and Greek EU are even lower, 2.6, 1.4 thousand. So there is still space for growth, but it corresponds to the worldwide trends, as we will see later on. I mentioned that we are in the business already since 2005, supporting all EU official languages, but especially in this time, it's even more relevant as universal acceptance and multilingualism online is seen as part of European values of an open, safe and inclusive internet, which corresponds to the Global Digital Compact mentioned earlier today, but also the Declaration on the Future of the Internet. So we identified this as one of the three main pillars to contribute to this concept, besides our activities to make sure that the registration database is up to date and correct, and also that the brand protection tools are available. Chris mentioned earlier today already the concept of universal acceptance and the idea that all people would be able to navigate the internet in their local languages. And our practical take, let's say, as the registry, is that all people who want to use IDNs will be also able to use them. And here we took some actions, both at technical level and also when it comes to awareness and education. Yes, sorry, I was here ahead with a slide. As for the technical enablements, we launched IDNs first under .eu in 2009, when we continued with the IDNA 2008 implementation, and also homoglyph bundling as one of the measures to make sure that there is no confusion with similar looking domain names in different scripts. For Bulgaria, EU was introduced, I believe many of you can understand Bulgarian, so then you will also know that EU is not a representation of European Union, but it was like the second best choice for the extension. And 2019 we will have soon an anniversary of 4 years. Also Greek came in. And we are also on an ongoing basis making adjustments to our software and protocols to make sure that the systems are compatible. Apart from this, we also recognize how important it is to raise awareness, especially in this field where registrars, who are our contact to the market, they don't see the business case there, because as long as there will not be this possibility to use all the IDNs in all applications and not only in closed systems, the use is limited. So we joined the very first Universal Acceptance Day in March 23. We also use our anniversaries of Cyrillic and Greek TLD launch to raise awareness mainly in Bulgaria and in Greece about this possibility, and also it's quite close to the holiday of Bulgarian language, because we launched Cyrillic.eu on the 1st of June, and at the end of May there is this celebration. So we try to also raise awareness via this. We joined some of the ICANN working groups around Universal Acceptance steering group. They are more tracks, technical, but also communication and others. So I highly recommend you to visit both the website and join one of the groups. And also recently there was a Universal Acceptance Committee formed under CCNSO. So it's an opportunity to get more interested parties and stakeholders in the process and push the idea further. And then last but not least, the IDN World Report, which originates back already in 2011, when we issued the first one. It was URIT UNESCO Internationalized Domain Name State of Play report. Then between 2012 and 2015, we were producing the World Report on IDNs as a static document in a PDF form. But since 2016, we switched to an online version, and also the results are feeded in on an ongoing basis. And also it's better for the users to work with the document. So you can either type idnworldreport.eu in your browser to have a look, or you can either pick up this small one-pager and scan the QR code and have a look at the report. We are particularly focused on CCTLDs, where we also have the best access to data. So as for the findings for 2023, which reflects the year 2022, it turned out that 84% of CCTLDs support IDN registrations. One more is preparing for launch, but especially the growth among CCTLDs is negative, which was a change to the year before, while with GTLDs it was positive, just under 2%. Not surprisingly, Latin script is the most common one offered by CCTLDs, and also you can have a look at some more technical, let's say, parameters as per how the CCTLDs registries answered them. So this is a sample of 144 CCTLDs, and I will just in a moment go to the methodology and the limitation of the data. What is also interesting is our own, let's say, kind of survey or scoring. We ask the registries to answer two questions. One is how they rate the user awareness of IDNs on a scale 1 to 5. And the second one is how they rate support provided by the registrars. So it's just to get a feeling how this changes. You can see that there was an average 2.5 mark, so this is another evidence that awareness is needed around IDNs, while the support provided by registrars got 4 out of 5, which was an increase. I told you that this report is fully online, which means also that you can play with the data. I picked up here some with the relevance for the 7 European region, so you can have a look what the registries answered about the scripts offered and other details. Of course, it is a challenge to reach out to as many registries as possible. The research team is following up on individual basis if something is missing, but of course it's limited. So the methodology is that once a year in January we send a survey via center and also via the regional organizations. One is about the implementation. The CCTLDs can update the number of domain names and the state of implementation, and then also these 2 questions about IDN awareness I was just mentioning. So if you have any, let's say, possibility to spread a word about this survey, it's also possible to fill it directly with us, or the research team will be happy to reach to any interested CCTLD who would like to participate and share the data. For GTLDs, sorry, no. For GTLDs, we are mainly dependent on the Zuknik data. We were almost at the end of the talk. Just when it's put up, I will go to our plans for 24. Of course, we plan to send this survey again in January and update the website. What we also plan to do are case studies about IDN implementation. We know that some CCTLDs recently implemented IDNs at the top level, such as the Israeli. Like, we wanted to do the case study even before like all this happened. So let's see if we can cooperate on this. but we were also targeting at other countries and scripts, also taking into account we are just at the beginning of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. It's quite hard to find such languages in Europe, but there are some, for example, the Sami language. There was a very nice presentation at EuroDig in Tampere in June about the efforts. So we would like to reach out to this community and do a study and also use our tools based on machine learning, which help us to categorize the websites and identify the languages and get a bit better understanding about the usage of these minority languages. And also we see quite a potential to reach out to registrars and also in cooperation with the Universal Acceptance initiatives at ICANN to match them with the available training materials and spread the awareness here as well. And of course, we will again join the Universal Acceptance Days, which I invite everyone to have a look at it. This or next year, it will be over the span of 2 months. So either as a participant or if you would like to organize something in your communities, have a look at the website. I put some useful links here about the report, but also the activities I was referring to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Regina. Actually, I have a comment. The epsilon upsilon at 1.4 thousand registrations, I think it's way above average for the IDN domains. I run the Georgian IDN and we hardly reach 500. Same for the most of the CC IDNs that I know. So 1.4 thousand is not bad.
Okay.
So good job. Thank you so much.
You.
Up next, should media and journalists be included on critical infrastructure list? So, let's welcome Fedja Kulinovic.
Now it works, okay. Okay, so until we get my presentation up, hello everyone, my name is Fedja Kulinovic. I'm a data and digital transformation manager for Internews's USAID actually project, a BMAP Forward, which is implemented by Internews, and I've been with Internews for the past 10 years. Okay. So the question that stands here is not a new question that exists for a long time, and before I sorry, I need to go back. Before I actually continue with the question, I just have to say that apart from being part of the media development a community, I also come from academia, so the background that I'm coming from is kind of interdisciplinary, and I will try to kind of give you an overview of some things that come from my perspectives as a lecturer in information science. at the University of Sarajevo, but also as a practitioner in terms of not only digital transformation, but digital security in general and how we approach it specifically in this Balkan project. So the short answer to the question that I've asked in the title would be yes, in essence, but we kind of know that the question is not simple and it is complicated, especially for the Balkan region. So I will focus particularly on the Balkans, which is kind of diverse in its approaches to some of the digital security issues, but also the governance issues. And even AI agrees that basically it's a complex issue, which is always something that annoys me because everyone thinks that AI doesn't lie, and it doesn't dream, but it does dream actually more than it should. One of the examples that recently I've encountered with is that the president of Montenegro, who was recently replaced, has never been a president of Montenegro according to ChatGPT. But this is also what I would tell ChatGPT. So a lot of people in the past 10 years have discussed this issue for many reasons, so ranging from the United States to EU particularly. And you have here recent also discussions on these issues coming from different perspectives. So when we talk about critical infrastructure, we don't talk about it in a specific way as a cybersecurity approach only, but also a question of just what happens if we don't take care of the information environment as such, which the recent 4 years have shown us what happens and continues to happen. So we here have the report from Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe discussing this. So the threat posed by information disorder is amplified, blah, 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 and the collaboration between public authorities and the media is one of the key ways of dealing with and overcoming a crisis, which is easier said than done, particularly in the examples that I will kind of show you. But we also know that weaker local news, according to this quote, new systems lead to more corruption, lowering voter turnout, and more polarization and more alienation from the community. Information news deserts actually are kind of an Americanized problem, but they do exist everywhere. And in our experience, the smaller the country is, the problem is bigger in that sense. So in the United States, the news deserts can be kind of covered with local correspondence for larger media, or some kind of intervention can happen, or even citizens with their responsibilities, or even librarians, which is also biased coming from me because I'm a librarian, take over this responsibility for the local community to inform them about major issues. In countries like Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia, Kosovo, Northern Macedonia, and Montenegro, it becomes harder to do this. But still, we can see the proof in the field that this happens because of it. So coming from the part of the critical infrastructure, we have this, let's say, infrastructure as such that is kind of covering the issue of journalists and media being protected in a sense, or already included to some extent on a list of critical infrastructure, the list of critical infrastructure where it exists in the Balkans, because not many countries have a strategic approach to cybersecurity issues. Bosnia and Herzegovina is one of the examples that we paid dearly this summer because of it, but there are some movements because of it. But I would also focus on pillars of information security, which is confidentiality, integrity, and availability, which are important as a part of discussion in including media and journalists. However, the issue becomes complicated when we talk about definition of what media is and who are the journalists, which in the experience of my own experience in working with Internews for 10 years really muddles the water. Who's the journalist, who's not the journalist, how do you actually, who are the media that we want to include on this list? Not everyone, probably. And then we have also the question of social media, which is now increasingly, there's an advocacy for social media becoming part of the critical infrastructure, which I'm not sure how I feel about, but especially because it's a privately owned company that feeds off of our need to not miss out anything, and still gets enough money to do everything they can, but are unable to protect us from basic spam in our business accounts or even private accounts. And the definition of, for instance, the journalist is, or journalism, is the activity of or job of collecting, writing, and editing news stories, and this becomes kind of a very broad definition for today's time, in a sense, because we all kind of do that, in a sense. We could discuss it, but it still becomes an issue, especially in a democratic society, especially after the pandemic, where everyone's claiming that they should be protected or have freedom to express themselves, or increasingly saying we have the freedom of speech because most of the disinformation or information disorder comes from the US soil. So everyone's quoting the constitution that does not protect them, but they don't know about the freedom, the European Convention of Human Rights. And I always insist that it's about expression, not only speech, because we express ourselves in different ways. But also these are the issues that kind of make it difficult for anyone in the Balkans to say, yes, media should be included on the list of critical infrastructure. Because on one side we have freedom of expression, which is all the time being jeopardized by the government, mostly. It's also jeopardizing media freedoms, independence, neutrality, and adding to, possibly, to the information disorder. Then we have government financing. There's always a discussion, so in terms of something becoming a critical infrastructure, it doesn't mean only that government interferes with the issues of how something should be protected, but it should finance this, especially when we go back to the news deserts, the local media, and so on. But then there's a heavy resistance against government financing of the media, because everyone, at least in the area where I work, perceives that as loss of independence to some extent. So, and what do we actually give for the money as a freedom? So that kind of complicates things for us as a project and for me individually. So the story from the region starts basically in 2017 with the Balkan Media Assistance Program that we started, and then we continued with BMAP Forward 2 years ago, where we are kind of in this to foster organizational readiness while advancing resilient development. It's a very broad name for a very broad mission. My job and job of some of my colleagues is to basically do this resilient development, not only in terms of business, but also in terms of infrastructure, access to the technology that will enable them to actually be safer and stronger for the public advancement. We like to joke that we will maybe become BMAP forever, which would be nice, but I doubt it, and it is not our job to do the government's job. So even if we do become BMAP forever, we would probably have to move forward from this. So we work with 16 key media partners in 5 countries of the Western Balkans, that is on the east, at least from where I stand. And that includes Bosnia and Herzegovina, Kosovo, Montenegro, North Macedonia, and Serbia. And in most of these countries, we have in between 2 to 4 partners, depending on the size of the country. Plus, we have additional partners through working with them through different programs, other programs, but also some associations that we cover. And also, you've seen in the beginning the logo of Balkans Media, which is the portal that my colleague Leila, that you will meet after me, and she will be more interesting than I am. We edited together, where we try to spread the lessons to the wider media communities in the Balkans in all the 3 language groups that our AO covers. The reason why I say language groups and not languages, because then we will get into the discussion, is there this language or that language? So like I said, we've been working for 7+ years in these 5 countries, and everything is based on cooperation. So we do not impose anything to the media partners. We try to work with them and establish their individual needs, not just to say, okay, here's a blanket approach to everyone, and you do whatever you want with it. Because we work with media that has only 3 employees or 2 journalists and an editor, or larger organizations that are basically the largest media in the country that exists. And we constantly face with these, let's say 4 issues. I mean more than 4, but these are our main concerns. There's a government desire to control everything, and over-interference. One of the examples is Republika Srpska in Bosnia and Herzegovina, that is kind of trying to control the information environment completely through imposing laws that are first and foremost unconstitutional according to the Republika Srpska constitution, but then going above. The government targets journalists and media largely, which basically begs the question, how would they protect them as a critical infrastructure if they are actually working against them? There's a large proved surveillance in some of the countries, particularly Serbia, of journalists, and antagonism of political elite in that sense. So it is really difficult to answer the question that I've asked. And plus, when one of our focus is digital security, because of the issues that the journalists face and media face in this region, we had to expand concept of digital security to also physical security. So we also have to fight the donors to allow us to actually purchase some equipment that we shouldn't be buying, which is a surveillance equipment. But sometimes we have to justify it in order to say that basically it's a protection equipment and not surveillance equipment. Sometimes we fail, and then our partners have to find the sources from other funders. But one of the issues we faced, and why I'm asking journalists and not only media, is when we, a couple of years ago, one of our partners, journalist, had a break-in in her home. The computer that she was using was stolen, and we were asked if we could actually provide additional funds for securing the homes of this very important investigative media in one of the countries, and we couldn't. So we have our limits, but this is the proof that there has to be a way to also protect the journalists, not only the media. It's not about the outlets or mass media or whatever, but it is about the people that actually do it. Right now, we have an issue of AI and AI whatever. I mean, there are so many issues, but never mind, get me, it's not about AI. But basically, everyone is infatuated by AI. There are some things, we are very fortunate that Croatia is in EU, so a lot of AI, Gen AI companies actually include Croatian into the list of generative languages, so we can actually do something useful. But then we also have an ethics issue of how useful is it. But this is our biggest concern. We're trying to kind of find a way to actually expand this talks with the governments that are actually dealing with issue of critical infrastructure, because I don't think that apart from Serbia and maybe some other countries that anyone's dealing with it. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, we just started because the parliament was hacked. We didn't have anyone to figure out who hacked it, apart from a private company that used a fire safety regulation to even gain access to the servers. So you can imagine what we're dealing with. So we're at the beginning, but I think it's a good opportunity to also force the governments to consider media as a critical infrastructure element, particularly because of our experience how media was abused and is being abused by different actors to sow dissent and disinformation and information disorder in the end. So the question is, what can we do? We cannot do much, but what we do is, first of all, educate the partners about these issues, because I've had the discussion with many colleagues today how journalists don't even know half of the layers of the internet that exist and how they work, who controls them, and so on. And so there's already there an information disorder that exists. And we're trying to empower the national and cross-national regional organizations to represent the media community in discussion with the government how this should happen. So we're not trying to take the place of the media, and I think that is the only difference. Not literally, but there is a difference, because in most of the other critical infrastructure elements, the government imposes some obligations by mostly private companies or public companies. In this case, it shouldn't happen. It should be more of a dialogue in that sense, and also it should impose it should help to advocate with social media companies to establish a better status of news journalists and news media owned sites, because most of my job, apart from trying to digitally transform the media, is actually communicating with my insiders in Meta or Access Now to regain control of the sites that the media lost or the journalists lost. And it's usually because of the algorithm. So we're a very small region, and very few people work with our accounts, but it's mostly algorithms and AI. Whatever you want to call it, and so like in the past month I had to do 20 interventions where someone mentioned something. One of the funny things that happened in Kosovo is a video that was posted by one of our partners there about the tradition of Easter egg coloring. So AI being AI, knowing all the languages of the world, didn't figure out the difference, and I pardon my language, but I have to use it, difference between an egg and a ball. So they restricted the video for sexual content. I watched the video because the lady was coloring the eggs. I watched the video like 2 times just to see if there's any sign of anything that would be sexualized. There wasn't. So in the end, we figured out it's just the Aya that caused an issue with YouTube. Of course, we objected. They apologized, and 1 hour later, they again restricted the video for the same issue. So we don't only have to deal with people, we have to deal with bloody machines, and who think that they speak our language. We are fortunate enough to have people within Meta that, well, one person, but still, who's very willing to help us with these kind of issues and push them forward as much as they can. But if it weren't for Access Now or like global tech hub that works within Internews, we would really have an issue. So in that sense, and I will leave you with what we can not do, but what we actually do is we really try to use our time outside of work to coordinate with different national or regional initiatives on social media communication, and one of them you'll hear me talking about tomorrow, where we actually try to influence the government to have better relationship with social media for the benefit of everyone, not only the media and journalists. But that is something that we have to achieve in order to convince the government that it is their responsibility to include the media and journalists on the critical infrastructure list. Because if there's no media, if there's no information to flow, we only have cables, and then we'll just dig them out and sell them for scraps. Thank you.
Thank you, Fedja. Quickly segueing to a very related topic on hate speech and online threats as cybersecurity issue by Leila Huremovic.
Okay. So hello everyone. I appreciate the chance to speak today in front of you. I work in Internews office in Sarajevo as a program coordinator and multimedia content producer at platform balkansmedia.org. Considering my limited time, I would like to use next 15 to 20 minutes to share my experience and thoughts regarding this topic in a bit different position than we have chance to hear today. So with over 15 years of experience in activism, I have been fighting for a better society for all of us, and probably some of you are also activists here. My activism primarily focuses on improving lives and rights of LGBTIQ+ people. However, I believe that all forms of activism are actually really connected and indivisible from one another because they lead to the same goal, and that is a better society for everyone. My expertise is not within the field of cybersecurity. My area of focus are communications and media, but actually the activism was the one who brought me to this topic. As a person who has been confronting various threats, violence and harassment in the online sphere for years, it became necessary for me to address this issue in a more structured manner. Although I may not be introducing any fresh insights today, I find it crucial to underscore the significance of re-establishing the human element at the heart of internet-related topics, particularly in the realm of cybersecurity. I would like to draw attention to the importance of intersectional approach to the issue of cybersecurity. This approach should always prioritize the users, individuals who interact with digital realm and are impacted by it. In this context, the focus of my speech will be on how online insecurity attacks users and influences their daily routines. My objective is actually to shift the narrative from the binary view of cybersecurity versus security to a more holistic understanding and of security in general. So let's talk about the impact of online hate speech and threats on the physical and emotional well-being of individuals, particularly those who identify as LGBTIQ+ or women activists. Online hate speech and threats led to the question of cybersecurity, which is or must be a matter of security in general, without distinction between online and offline sphere. And this is the same issue, and the approach should be unified. The internet has become an integral part of our daily lives, and it has brought many benefits, and everyone knows that. However, it has also created new challenges, such as it is a rise of online hate speech and threats. These issues are not limited to the online world, and they have really a huge real life consequences that can really affect people's lives in profound ways. Online spaces offer many opportunities to the visibility of marginalized communities, but they also open the same communities to even more hate speech and discrimination. Online violence is merely a reflection of already existing societal prejudice and stereotypes. This is a reminder that the impact of online hate speech and threats extend beyond the digital realm. The effects of these actions can be felt in the physical world. From the activist and minority perspective, currently there is a significant systemic failure in the fight against hate, harassment, and threats in the online sphere across all existing platforms. Everyday internet users have their physical integrity violated through online violence in all these forms. These actions come in different ways, such as entering the personal spaces of unknown people or sending private messages that contain explicit unwanted photos or threats which can be disturbing in themselves. Social networks are filled with hateful comments, name-calling, and targeted to different individuals. Unfortunately, the large companies that own these social media and networks do not have an adequate response or solutions that would protect individuals or groups from such attacks. From the perspective of Western Balkan countries and this speaking area, current regulations and methods of reporting comments often fail because administrators do not recognize them as threats or violations of regulations. Question of language and lack of knowledge about the context of Western Balkan countries failed the proper action of protection. Activists often struggle to reach direct communication with companies, to have easy communication and greater possibility to respond to the needs of their users. This means that online hate speech and threats can lead to the physical harm, emotional distress, and even death. But even beside the psychological problems, people are exposed to physical insecurity in everyday life. Women activists who receive online threats may feel unsafe in their homes or workplaces. Similarly, LGBTIQ+ individuals and activists may experience anxiety, depression, and other mental health issues. Having in mind that their home addresses and other personal information can be exposed in the online sphere, which I personally experienced, they often are limited and forced to participate in everyday life in small circles, with limited possibility to freely work and live in their own cities. So they live actually in fear and insecurity. That's why everything what happens in the online sphere is an integral part of everyday's life. The only one he or she has that cannot be separated from the life on the internet and life outside the internet. It is important to recognize that online hate speech and threats are not just words on the screen. They really have real life consequences. This is why it is really essential to address this issue as both cybersecurity but also security issues. By doing so, we can work together to create a safer and more inclusive society for everyone. Online violence in all these forms should be approached as a matter of cybersecurity because it really poses a significant risk to individuals, but to society too. They can create an environment of fear and mistrust, which can lead to social unrest and instability. Online hate speech and threats can be used as a tool to spread disinformation and propaganda, which also can undermine democratic institutions and processes. Therefore, the violence in the online sphere can be viewed as a key issue of online security from which all other security failures start, such as hacking of personal profiles on social networks, identity theft, theft of personal photos or videos and their distribution, injection of viruses, attacks on activists or state systems. So cybersecurity is often associated with the protection of nations' critical infrastructure, but it should not be limited to the traditional concept of national security. The nationalization of cybersecurity has created a security dilemma that fails actually to address the needs of individuals. The main question about cyberspace is whether it's just a global network of hardware, software, and information system, or does it also include people and their social interaction within their network. The rise of social networks over the past decade has undeniably sparked a widespread discussion, and that's good. This development has compelled experts to pay greater attention to the end user of the internet. But when threats and hate speech occur in the online sphere towards individual or groups, such as activists, there is almost never talk about cybersecurity, but rather about psychological consequences. Even though I consider all of that as a security issue, it is not recognized like that. In this context, the issue of cybersecurity exists only in relations to politicians and state officials. Then it becomes a matter of national concern, and cases identified as posing a national risk to cybersecurity are resolved more swiftly. End users, or people in general, are only included when the issue is evaluated as a political matter. However, in everyday life, different groups and individuals are fighting a serious battle to provide themselves with protection and security. Currently, cybersecurity policies and regulations that are coming from government and companies all around the world do not ensure a secure cyberspace for its users, which lead us to the failure to ensure security of its citizens. So we really must be aware of this when we are speaking about cybersecurity. I would like to dedicate the last part of my presentation to the gender perspective of cybersecurity access. I will reflect on the observations that are part of the publication developed and produced by the Association for Progressive Communication. A gender approach to cybersecurity policy is not just about the rights of women. It is a tool for developing policy that focuses broadly on the human rights of people in the online context. It is perspective that seeks to make cybersecurity responsive to the complex, diverse, and intersectional needs of people based on gender, sexual orientation, race, religion, ethnicity, ability, class, and political affiliation, among other factors. It is about systemic change in the approach of cybersecurity. Policies that deal with technology are not neutral. Rather, they contribute to or can be to mitigate the hierarchies of social, economic, and political power that create actually discrimination and inequalities. While cybersecurity policies should aim to mitigate intersectional inequality and discrimination based on gender that are found in our society, they can only do that by acknowledging that inequalities actually exist in the society and then to develop remedies to address them. Good cybersecurity policies are gender aware rather than gender blind. A gender approach to cybersecurity considers that cybersecurity threats affect people differently based on gender and different intersecting oppressions such as race or class, and this needs special consideration in cybersecurity deliberation. A consequence of this is that many of these oppressions that impact vulnerable groups are simultaneously addressed when a gender approach to cybersecurity is adopted. In this way, a gender approach to cybersecurity policy can be considered a way to help bring about systemic change in policy development. This approach recognizes that cybersecurity policy making processes can be transformative and challenge assumptions that may no longer work. For example, It questioned the normative distinction between online and offline realities, seeks to rethink individual and collective responsibilities when it comes to the online security of individuals or groups, and broaden what is actually relevant to cybersecurity discussion. According to the authors of this publication, and I agree with them, all stakeholders should consider the gender perspective of cybersecurity as a strategic and critical tool, at least for regularly assessing the damage that cybersecurity incidents can cause differently to individuals, making cybersecurity risk assessment more complete, detailed, and diverse, re-evaluating, and ultimately, if needed, making changes to approaches to so that the policy and practice can address the effects of cyber threats more comprehensively. Assessing and strengthening diversity in the cybersecurity industry. In this way, the gender perspective in cybersecurity has a tangible impact on developing a robust and resilient infrastructure to prevent attacks, strengthening human rights for the diversity of people in cyberspace, and creating a resilient cybersecurity culture in society and in corporations. In the end, I would like to say that this issue is also a question of ethical responsibility of each individual policymaker and professional. For example, as a multimedia content producer on the balkansmedia.org platform, which provides assistance, advices, and tools to media, I approach issue of cybersecurity from the position of the end user, in this case journalists, and how cyber threats affect them. Using an intersectional approach, I provide them with advice and mechanisms on how to approach the issue of cybersecurity and protection. Any issue of cybersecurity and any quest for a solution must include intersectional approach in order to protect the end users and their integrity. One way to address that, this is to raise awareness about this problem and also to provide support to those who have been affected by online hate speech and threats. Finally, we need to work together as a global society to create a culture of respect and tolerance. We must reject hate speech and threats in all their forms and promote understanding and acceptance of others. And to sum up, the gravity of online hate speech and threats cannot be overstated. This is indeed a question of security, including cybersecurity. Whatever we do, we must keep in mind that what happens in the online sphere directly affects people's life. Thank you.
Thank you, Leila. With that speech, we finished the lightning talk section. So we can take a coffee break. So 20 minutes should be enough. So come back in 20 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. For the dog aficionados over there, please come back in. Now, if you don't mind, would you please move closer to the stage? Because we've spread out too far away from each other. Let's get closer. No more pandemic. Ukrainians took care of that quickly. And we're going to have a last session for today. Thanks to everyone who stayed all the way for this session. So give a round of applause to Grant Baker. Let's have a deep dive into the internet freedom. Please take it away.
Thank you so much, and thanks to the whole team at SEEDIG for having us today. So my name's Grant Baker. I'm a research analyst at Freedom House, where I work on the Freedom on the Net report. So for those who don't know, Freedom House is a US-based organization that was founded in 1941 during America's isolationism in World War II, and continued to work to promote democracy around the globe. So just briefly to take you through how this is going to go, I'm going to do a very brief presentation on the findings from this year's reports, just to give you all kind of an overview. Then we're very fortunate today to be joined by some of the researchers who work on this report, and they're going to come up for a panel, which I will moderate after the brief presentation, and then we will leave some time for questions from the audience. And just want to echo the thanks for being here. I know it's the last panel of the day, and it's very appreciated. So these year's findings are significant. You know, I think the first panel today did a really nice job setting up the impact that artificial intelligence has had, and especially since ChatGPT's launch last November, we've seen widespread debate about the use of AI and generative AI more broadly, and you know the impact it's going to have, you know, really across sectors, from the entertainment sector to the medical field. And you know, some people have even debated that this poses an existential threat. But our report makes it clear that AI is impacting, you know, human rights today. And advances in this technology are happening at the same time as we're seeing digital repression across the globe increase, and attacks on free expression and information integrity. But you know, we don't think that this technology necessarily has to facilitate those attacks. When designed and deployed safely and fairly, AI can help bolster internet freedom rather than contribute it to its decline. So with that, let's dive in. So first, I'll take you through our methodology. So I'm sure many of you are familiar, but essentially internet freedom is the basic idea that the same rights that, you know, are protected offline should be protected online. And our methodology really breaks these into three key buckets. So those are limits to access, restrictions on content, and violations of users' individual rights. So that includes the right to free expression, the right to privacy. And I do want to note too that, you know, when we cover a country, we're looking at the lived experience of the people in that country. So it's not necessarily fully attributable to the government. And right now we cover 70 countries. We unfortunately do not cover Croatia. They represent about 88% of the world's internet users. We try and add countries to keep a balance of geography, right? Like we don't want to add all countries that are in the EU, and then also regime type, as well as, you know, different types of internet controls. So as I mentioned, and we're going to hear from them soon, we partner with an organization or an expert in each of the countries we cover, and without them, this report really would not be possible. And then just one note, the coverage period for this report was from June 2022 to May 2023. So there are obviously some developments, especially at the EU level, that have happened in the past months that will be covered in next year's report. So we found that global internet freedom declined for the 13th consecutive year. That means that out of the 70 countries we cover, 29 of them improved. 29 declined and 20 improved. The rest of them stayed the same. So the biggest decline was in Iran, where the government shut down the internet during protests and also blocked access to the remaining social media platforms that are available. China remains the world's worst environment for internet freedom, unsurprisingly, but Myanmar got especially close this year. Since the 2021 coup, the military has further cemented its control over the internet, blocking a range of websites and social media platforms, and using informants to imprison people who express dissent online. On the other end of the spectrum, Iceland was the highest overall score, and Sri Lanka saw the largest improvement. In the case of Sri Lanka, this was largely because the government did not restrict access to the internet as it did during protests in the previous coverage period. So conducting research on this scale allows us to assess how internet controls have evolved over the past 13 years, and also around the world. And what we've seen is attacks on free expression have grown more common. In 55 out of the 70 countries we cover, we saw people face legal repercussions for spreading political, social, or religious content online. For instance, in Iran, 2 people were executed for sharing information about atheism on Telegram. And as part of this record-breaking crackdown on freedom of expression, governments are also carrying out more widespread arrests and imposing longer prison terms. So the Nicaraguan government forced people who expressed dissent online to choose between giving up their citizenship or staying in prison for their speech. One bishop who refused to leave the country received a 26-year sentence for a range of accusations, including broadcasting prayers on social media. So now I'm going to move into the main findings from this year's report. So as we talked about, artificial intelligence has increased the scale, speed, and efficiency of digital repression. And I want to emphasize that AI impacts a range of human rights, some of which you can see on this graphic, from privacy and free expression to the process of non-discrimination. This graphic has, as I mentioned, a few examples. And I do want to note that we kind of had covered surveillance more broadly in previous year's reports, so we didn't look at it in as much detail this year, but obviously it has a major impact. So in this case, we focused on AI's impact on disinformation and censorship. So our methodology assesses 21 indicators across the 3 different buckets for each country. And over the past decade, the indicator that's declined the most has been the one that assesses how governments manipulate or distort online content. So in 47 of the 70 countries that we cover, we found that governments, used bots or other, deployed commentators or other methods to kind of affect the public debate online. And AI has long been used in this process, right? Platform algorithms have promoted incendiary content over reliable sources. Bots have smeared activists and amplified propaganda. So for example, this year in Kyrgyzstan, one political party paid $350,000 to a company that produced 150 AI-generated social media profiles a day, which spread the party's narrative on social media. And additionally, there's been an entire market of shady public relations firms and social media influencers that support these efforts. And given generative AI's affordability and ease of use, we expect governments and actors they employ to use this technology more and more to spread false or misleading information. And they can leverage their existing networks to spread it at scale. Already we found that in 16 countries, content using generative AI that contained disinformation was spread on social media. So this image shows a news anchor discussing Venezuela's economy for the outlet House of News Español, except that this news outlet doesn't exist, and this report was not real. Instead, it was created by a UK-based company that combines generative AI with paid actors to produce content for clients. And in this case, Venezuelan state media spread this content across social media, in which the anchor claims that everything is incredibly stable, the government is doing great, to promote their preferred narrative. And electoral periods and moments of political crisis have also served as flashpoints for AI-generated content. A fake audio clip featuring a Nigerian opposition candidate allegedly claimed that the candidate had rigged balloting during February's elections. And these types of deepfakes can undermine public trust in democratic processes and incentivize journalists and activists to self-censor. Also, the kind of another externality is, politicians, we've seen them do this and they will do this in the future, can now claim that content they don't like is generated by AI, which raises another risk. So we also looked at the ways that governments are leveraging AI for online censorship. I'm going to talk in more detail at a lightning talk tomorrow about how we've seen chatbots used, so I'm going to leave that out today, but that is covered in the report, and if you're here tomorrow, there will be more on that. But we also found that governments in at least 22 countries have passed laws that require social media companies to use artificial intelligence to remove content. Obviously, these companies already do that, right? But laws provide a further incentive and often cover a wider swath of content than their terms of service or community standards or whatever the term du jour is might contain. For example, Indian authorities ordered YouTube and Twitter to restrict access to a BBC documentary that investigated Prime Minister Modi's role in deadly protests. And then the country's IT rules mandate that clips of this video are removed across social media. All of that said, our research made it clear that AI-empowered censorship has not totally displaced more traditional methods. Particularly during times of crisis, AI-powered tools can struggle to keep up with a surge of unexpected expressions of dissent. So this chart shows where 5 forms of traditional censorship occurred. So in 16 countries, we saw that the internet was shut down, limiting people's ability to access life-saving information. So one example was in April, authorities in Sudan cut off the internet as hundreds of thousands of people were caught in the middle of fighting between the military and paramilitary forces. Additionally, a record of 41 governments blocked websites hosting political, social, and religious speech. So on his way out of office as president of the Philippines in June, former President Duterte blocked outlets under the anti-terrorism law, and these were outlets that were just critical of government authorities generally. And blocks on websites and restrictions on social media are also increasing in strong democracies. I think the keynote today touched on this in response to genuine concerns over disinformation, online safety, foreign interference. But we think that these methods of wholesale censorship are not really an effective way to deal with these concerns and encourages censorship by less free governments. So our policy recommendations lay out more rights-respecting and productive alternatives. Regulating AI may seem daunting, but there are lessons learned from the past decades of deliberations on internet policy that can serve as a roadmap. So first, we should be realistic about how much companies are willing to do, right? In the past year, we've also seen companies lay off their trust and safety teams, their teams working on information integrity, their teams working on local country context. So expecting companies to just go and handle it by themselves doesn't really seem to be a realistic solution. And by downsizing these teams, they're also kind of wagering that they can use AI tools to regulate the information that AI is spreading, which to us seems like a very risky wager. And this leads me to our second lesson about what good government oversight has looked like, and I think we've seen more of this in the past few years. So regulation of AI should first prioritize human rights standards, strengthen transparency over both design and deployment, and also ensure meaningful enforcement, because I think in some cases with well-meaning laws, we've seen that there's an issue at the enforcement level. And then finally, AI governance, requires robust participation and engagement from civil society around the globe, and also, I would say more importantly for stakeholders that aren't civil society to build those pathways for engagement. So very briefly, okay. Have I been? Okay, yeah, so finally, very briefly, I want to end on a positive note. So we identified 3 areas of success for internet freedom. So as I mentioned, in a lot of this, we've seen civil society be behind this progress. So, One of the cases was online activism, and I think one example, which we'll hear a little bit more about later, is in Georgia in March of this year. Online mobilization played a big role in protesting against the foreign agents bills, which mirrored Russia's foreign agents law and was later withdrawn. Another example is courts. In Uganda, we saw the Constitutional Court overturn a clause in the Computer Misuse Act that was used to punish people who expressed critical speech online. And finally, we've seen in some cases democracies, the private sector and civil society band together on shared goals. I think the biggest example over the past year was spyware, though it remains a problem, as we'll hear about later. We've seen in at least some cases, including the executive order from Biden, that there have been measures that governments are willing to take. So we just want to stress that as we pay more attention to AI, we don't lose sight on kind of the threats to more traditional forms of digital repression. So, in many cases, the same kind of policy frameworks can tackle the harms that AI brings, as well as the harms that these more traditional forms of digital repression bring. So with that, I will wrap up, and I'm happy to take questions on this after the panel. But right now, I would like to invite the panelists to the stage. So Olga, Sam, Bell, and Boyan. So briefly, can I just ask each of you to introduce yourselves? Olga, we can start with you can just very briefly.
Yes, so hi everyone. Normally in my daily life I work as a technical advisor on internet governance and digital rights with Internews.
I am Samuel Martirosyan from Armenia. I'm one of co-founders of CyberHub. It's a cybersecurity organization, also served for civil society.
Hi everyone, I'm Bojan Perkov. I work as a digital policy coordinator at Share Foundation, a non-profit digital rights organization based in Serbia with a focus on Western Balkans and Southeast Europe.
And finally, Tiona online.
Yes, hello everyone. Sorry that I could not join you physically, but I'm happy that you have me. I'm Teona Turashvili from the Institute for Development of Freedom of Information. This is a Tbilisi-based non-governmental organization, and I'm the head of local government, civic tech, and innovations directions at IDFI. Thank you so much.
Well, thanks so much for being here with us today. And Tiona, thank you so much for taking the time to join online. So Sambal, I want to start with you. I discussed spyware a bit in the presentation, and obviously we've seen the proliferation of spyware globally, but we've also seen some cases in Armenia about how the spyware has been used by both governmental and possibly non-governmental actors. So can you talk a bit about how the use of spyware in Armenia has impacted internet freedom?
With spyware, we have at the moment 2 big cases. Of course, there are some minor cases I will not touch, but the biggest is a Pegasus usage in Armenia. Pegasus is one of the most complicated spywares, if not the most. Produced by Israeli company NSO Group. So we made an investigation, which still continues, with our colleagues from Citizen Lab, Amnesty Tech, and Access Now, and we found dozens of infections. You can find the previous report on Access Now on Citizen Lab. It was published a few months ago. There are 12 concrete examples of people who were targeted by spyware. Of course, the real number is much, much bigger. So we have hundreds of people who received alerts from the Apple. You know, Apple is sending alerts if finding some indicators of attack by Pegasus. Unfortunately, most of the people don't want to speak out about infection because, for example, part of them think that if people will know that they are infected by Pegasus, people will avoid to speak with them openly, etc. You can imagine. The danger is that it is zero-click infection, so user just sitting and being infected without doing anything, and you cannot avoid for 100% of being infected. So there is no possibility to be non-infected. Of course, there are some cyber hygiene methods with which you can decrease the possibility of infection, but in general, no one can be totally protected. Our international colleagues agreed that, of course, there is no possibility to have 100% evidence who is behind the attack, because it is spyware as a service, so the client is paying and NSO group is infecting, so it is impossible to know who is behind the attack. But all international experts are agreed that it is non-Armenian attack, and most probably it is made by Azerbaijan. And infections which we found, they started from 2020 during the Karabakh War. And there are some persons which were infected, for example, more than 20 times per war. Almost every day they were infected, because there is no persistent. If your power is going off, Pegasus is going to be destroyed, and they need to infect again. So among the victims, of course, people from the government, it's for sure, but also their relatives. We have an example that, for example, one guy from the government, his mother-in-law, of course, wife, and 10 years old child, all phones were infected. But government is another story from our perspective. The main danger is that there are people from media, so it's editors, it's journalists, it's human rights defenders. So they attacked also very widely civil society and independent media. Another story is Predator. It's again spyware produced by Citrox. It's a Northern Macedonian company, which is a part of a bigger spyware alliance called Intellexa. We have some proofs from Meta and Google that they are sure that this time the attacks are coming from Armenian government. We don't have as much such big number of infections as with Pegasus. Armenian government is not so rich as Azerbaijani government to buy so many spyware infections, but there are oppositional politicians, people from media also targeted by a Predator, and so we're sure that it's made by Armenian government. So that's two main actors in the spyware market in Armenia.
Thanks so much, Samvel. I thought that was all really interesting, but I think a point I don't often hear is the point about how people are scared to even report their infections because they're worried that people will communicate with them and the chilling effect that has.
You know, it's very funny story because from one side there are people which are really afraid. They don't want to speak out. They ask me that sometimes they are sending anonymously. There is a specific file, CIS diagnosis file, which can be produced by your phone, and they are sending to us anonymously, not to even show up for us who they are. But on the other hand, for example, our Prime Minister, Speaker of Parliament, President, they openly said, oh yes, I also received alert from iPhone. Oh, okay, it's okay for me. And previous Chief of National Security Agency also on Facebook made a statement that I received Pegasus as a big owner. So it's very polar approaches to the infection.
That makes sense, I guess. So Tiona, I want to switch to you. So, you know, and switching kind of to the topic of disinformation, which we talked about a bit in the presentation, right? In Georgia, where you work for a while, we've known that political parties have been responsible for spreading disinformation online. There have been various news reports on this. But this year, Meta reported that a government agency was actually responsible for using, you know, accounts to spread disinformation. So can you talk a bit about the disinformation landscape in Georgia?
Thank you very much. So it's a very interesting issue, especially as you mentioned, it was the first time actually when Meta somehow officially or directly linked that some of the groups who have been spreading disinformation and false information on Facebook, they were linked to government and especially Strategic Communication Department of Government Administration of Georgia. But in general, actually, we have been witnessed the spread of disinformation campaigns in Georgia over the past years. And it was civil society organizations actually who were trying to monitor such kind of suspicious pages, and they have been revealing such cases when particular groups or particular pages have been spreading such kind of disinformation. And previously it was obvious that not only government but also some political forces and also far-right groups actually were spreading disinformation, especially to affect on public opinion on different political issues. And these campaigns actually have been evident, especially during demonstrations or election campaigns or during particular political developments or crises. And this year, actually, the intensification of disinformation campaigns led by pro-government groups were intensified, especially after the EU's refusal to grant candidate status to Georgia. And this way, actually, these groups tried to portray government actions in a positive way. They have been somehow trying to disseminate some positive news about government performance, but at the same time, they have been trying to disseminate disinformation campaigns against CSOs on online media outlets who have been critical against the government. And also, of course, some of the disinformation campaigns were about the war in Ukraine, because some of the pages, they were sometimes far-right groups, pages somehow linked to far-right groups or pro-government, some kind of government-affiliated groups, and they have been trying to somehow convey the message that some of the Western forces wanted to drag Georgia in a war or to somehow open up this new front. And of course, there have been some discrediting campaigns against opposition parties as well. So as I mentioned, all these campaigns are very much directed to political situation in the country. And I assume that these disinformation campaigns will be intensified in 2024 as well, because we will have elections. And I'm sure that during the election campaign, online media will be effectively used by politicians. But on the other hand, I would highlight here the importance of local CSOs and their activities in this direction, because when actually CSOs who have been working on media issues or some kind of online developments, they have been monitoring social pages over the past years. And they witnessed that it was a problem. They actually addressed, and there was a letter of the different CSOs working on democratic developments in the country, and they addressed directly to Facebook, and they requested from Facebook to launch several important initiatives in the country. And for example, one was about introduction of the political ad library and a political ads application programming interface in Georgia, and also Facebook's third-party fact-checking program. And it was even in 2020. And actually, it was launched after this appeal from civil society organizations. And nowadays, actually, civil society organizations are very actively cooperating with Meta in order to somehow identify such pages and also label some of the posts which are false or some kind of, or maybe some of the violent addresses from far-right groups or such kind of cases. So in this case, I would say that these activities from civil society organizations were quite efficient. Even after that, actually, when we had these elections in 2020, some of the monitoring reports revealed that because of this cooperation, the scope and impact of such pages significantly decreased during the election campaign. But of course, we know that this, because of this upcoming election, these challenges still remain, and it's important to make some preemptive measures in this direction. And of course, Georgia also witnessed some Russian information campaigns as well, which targeted Georgian audiences. And actually, some of the pages which had some links to Russian actors constantly disseminated some false news about, for example, US-funded laboratory in Georgia. And also they had some campaigns against the COVID pandemic and also against vaccines and some of other some kind of issues. So in this case, of course, it's a problem, and we already know that it's a significant problem, but at the same time, it's important how we address this problem and what kind of measures we will take. And apart from cooperation with Meta, actually, I would highlight here that there are lots of some activities from CSOs. They are implementing some media literacy projects, and they are trying to have some trainings and capacity building activities for mostly vulnerable groups. And I would highlight here mostly, for example, ethnic minority groups and teachers and parents especially. So in this case, it's a very interesting development, because on the one hand, we have this huge challenge, but on the other hand, we see some of the activities and the role of civil society, what they have in this process in order to counter this challenge. And if there will be some kind of questions on this topic, I will be happy to share our experience. Thank you.
Thanks, Tiona. Thanks for highlighting the kind of positive actions that civil society has taken too. I think often it's really easy to get bogged down by the scale of these problems when there are some things that can be done. But keeping it on the same topic of disinformation, Bojan, I want to turn it over to you. I know we've seen similar phenomena in Serbia, where the ruling party has been linked to disinformation campaigns, and especially with a snap election coming up. I want to ask you about the disinformation landscape there.
It is very much similar to what Tiona just described. For example, Meta, in its latest threat landscape report, I think it was published somewhere near the end of last year or early this year, they highlighted that they discovered this network of accounts on their products, so both on Facebook and Instagram, which are the social networking platforms owned and run by Meta, that they found out these networks of coordinated inauthentic behavior, as they call it, and that it was linked basically to propaganda supporting the ruling party in Serbia and its leader, the president of Serbia. So that was one case, and if I remember correctly, they stated that they received some information from Twitter, which did a very similar thing, also purged, we can say, about 8,500 accounts. It was in early 2020, and the Stanford Internet Observatory published a very detailed report on how these accounts coordinated together, how they were used to amplify propaganda, and this political messaging of not only supporting the politicians and the politics of the ruling party, but also attacking key and prominent opposition political figures. And that's only one side, I would say. And what they also highlighted in some regard in terms of how are these networks organized, they highlighted something that has been going on in the Serbian public for I don't know, maybe a decade now, even ever since the ruling party came into power in 2012, is that there is this internet team that is very dispersed, that is very decentralized, of course, with some central oversight over their working coordination, but that it is a group of individuals that are dispersed across Serbia and across these, let's say, local party teams, and that there are some implications that these people actually work in some state institutions, local public, let's say, local public enterprises and associated actors, and that like one of the jobs that they actually do, maybe in addition to their official job title, is that they use their resources and their computers, and that they create these accounts in order to be a part of this propaganda machine. But one thing in particular also that needs to be noted is that there is this group of very, very, how can we say, kind of like symbiotic media, which are mostly tabloids that support the government and the let's say, pro ruling party narrative. Then they receive some a significant amount of money through these co-financing procedures, because in Serbia there is this procedure that the government supports a production of media content that is in the public interest, but when you look at the structure of how much of these funds actually go to media, that these tabloids that are also known that they are like serial violators of the journalistic code of ethics, and they still receive absurd amounts of money for most of the media seen in Serbia, which is really stretched in when it comes to financing, and especially in these when it comes to these small local media. Basically, if they don't get some project which is co-financed by the state, either by the national state bodies or by their local self-government in some way, they are basically financially completely wiped out. So that is, let's say, one of the levers that is being pulled somehow when it comes to controlling these narratives in media. And just also short note, which kind of links to the overarching theme of the whole report. A couple of months ago, this wasn't in the report because it was only done like 2 months ago during August. There was this on a very popular private TV station, which is really watched in Serbia. They created these AI-generated segments from a popular television show featuring prominent opposition politicians speaking all kinds of gibberish with their voices, looking pretty authentic, and they played it in their news segments. Something like that, yes. I mean, they presented this as some kind of like, this is a new innovative media product, check this out. But if you didn't hear this and you turned on this TV channel and you don't know what are the possibilities, you could be like really, fooled that believing that it is potentially something that is real. So that is also a really interesting development, and we'll see how it's going to go now during the campaign, because as Grant said, we have national elections, so for the national parliament on the 17th December. Also, key battleground is Belgrade when it comes to elections, and many other local elections are also to take place. So that's about it from me from now.
Thanks, Boyan. I'm sure that example will make it into next year's report. So we've talked a bit about threats to individuals' rights with Samvel's work on spyware, and as well as kind of restrictions on content at the disinformation level. So now I want to turn to Olga. Obviously, since Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine, we've seen the destruction of a lot of the internet infrastructure. Can you talk about the impact that this destruction has had, and also the efforts the Ukrainian government and other stakeholders have taken to rebuild some of this infrastructure?
Thank you, Grant. I somehow feel that I really wish we could discuss content restrictions as we previously used in case of Ukraine, but instead we have to talk about the significant destruction of infrastructure and also emergency blackouts. So it is exactly because of emergency blackouts which have been caused by Russian military airstrikes. Large populations in Ukraine have been left without internet connection for some time. There have been some ways and attempts by the government to solve this issue and to provide connection to the people. There have been significant efforts put into connecting internet service providers to alternative means of electricity. So currently ISPs are able to function from up to starting from 8 to 40 hours using the electricity generators, and this is without this is the period on which they can function without refueling. Also, when there is no access to the broadband internet, this leads always to the increase in the usage of mobile internet, which in its turn leads to poorer quality of mobile internet connection, because a lot of people are trying to connect to mobile networks at the same time. There have been also some estimates by the World Bank and the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine, which showcase that since the start of the full-scale invasion, the quality of mobile connection dropped by 19%, and for the broadband internet, it is this number is at 13%. There are also huge numbers which show that at least 720 internet providers have suffered from losses to their infrastructure, and according to estimates, it would require at least $1.8 billion to restore all the infrastructure which has been destroyed in Ukraine since the start of the war. But most likely this is still not the final number. The most severe damage has been occurred in the eastern parts of Ukraine, which have been under occupation, and also once the Ukrainian military regains the control over the territories, it is always one of the top priorities to restore the infrastructure and to provide connection to people living on those territories. However, this is becoming quite a challenging task given that the territories are largely mined, and this also leads to a lot of human loss, but also it requires a lot of financial investment to make all the restoration of the networks. However, the government is cooperating a lot with the internet service providers and mobile service providers, and those mobile base stations and the fiber optic cables are being restored quite fast. There is also interesting number that in the last year that Ukraine became the country with the highest consumption and usage of the Starlink receivers. By now, at least 42,000 receivers have been imported to Ukraine, and Starlink is used both by civilians but also by military, and especially for critical infrastructure facilities to keep them connected. During this last 2 years, a lot of efforts also have been put to keep shelters connected to the internet, because normally when there is the airstrike, everyone, all facilities which are, let's say, schools, hospitals, they have to use the shelters, and to be able to continue the educational process, for example, there has to be the internet in those bomb shelters. Also, there is on the occupied territories quite a significant problem when people are forced not to use Ukrainian SIM cards, or, for example, connection is blocked and they can't reach to anyone with the Ukrainian number, so they can't let their families and relatives know what is happening to them. But also, once the territory comes into the control of Russian military, it is directly not only destruction to infrastructure, but also all the online resources, social networks and messengers which are blocked in Russia, they are automatically also blocked on occupied territories. So there are a lot of efforts, a lot of support coming from the international community. Currently, according to estimates, now again when the cold season is coming, there is a lot of fear that the same situation will be repeated with the airstrikes against the critical infrastructure and the electricity facilities. But at the same time, the ISPs and the government are saying that this year they are better prepared for this situation, that there are more electricity generators also. There has been just recently a new amount of, I think, a little bit more than 500 Tesla Powerwalls being also imported to Ukraine to be used for hospitals and other critical infrastructure facilities. But also recently, just I think the last month, Ministry of Digital Transformation has reported that they will be publishing the map where people can find a list of ISPs to which they can connect during the 72 hours of the blackout, if that happens. And also there has been cooperation between the government and mobile network providers to help people with the national roaming, so that once one provider is off, so that people can switch between different mobile network providers and still stay connected during the blackouts.
Thanks, Olga. I think, obviously the level of destruction has been extreme, but it's been impressive, the efforts that the government and other stakeholders have taken so quickly in liberated territories to reestablish that connection, and also to provide alternative measures when electricity has been taken out. So just really briefly, maybe 1 to 2 minutes each before we open it up to questions from the audience. I just wanted to see if everyone could touch on maybe one positive development for digital rights or internet freedom in the country you work in. So maybe let's go with the same order we did the initial round of questions. So Sam Bell, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, I will speak more general about situation in Armenia. So the worst thing in Armenia that, according to the freedom of the net, Armenia is free. It's good that it's free, but usually it's used by government to PR themselves, and when they are doing some ugly things and you are confronting it, they say, but we are free, and you can read in reports. I said, yes, I know I'm writing that report, and I know that we are free, but we are near the border, and suddenly we can become a partly free country with a one Thanos movement, and the other problem is the situation in the country because of the war with Azerbaijan, because of the permanent conflict situation. Sometimes it's really to speak out about different problems. For example, Armenia got a red card because of the blocking of TikTok. 2 times in Armenia, TikTok was blocked, once in 2020 during the war, and in 2022 during the attack on Armenian territory by the Azerbaijani troops. And when you are speaking that it's not good to block anything, people are starting, even civil society organizations, of course off the record they are speaking about it, they are telling me that yes, but it was necessary because of, and a lot of some points, because people are spreading via TikTok the movement of militaries and enemy can target them, because Azerbaijani psychological operations centers are spreading ugly videos with decapitations of Armenian prisoners of wars, etc., to have some psychological pressure on the Armenian population. And it's really to argue with these things, because you are moving to another level of speaking about problems. While I was doing a report, you can remember, I have no any quote about blocking of Azerbaijani websites in Armenia, because only I wrote an article about that. And it's mauvais ton to refer to your article in your report. It's a little bit strange. It's like liking your post in Facebook. And I asked a lot of people which are monitoring, NGOs which are monitoring freedom of speech and freedom of media. I asked why you are not reporting that for a month Azerbaijani and Turkish media are blocked in Armenia. They said, we don't want to speak about and so I really found a quote from the Twitter of one researcher to put it on report. So there are a lot of problems for reporting.
Thank you, Sambel. I want to be clear, we don't actually use the term red card in our reports, but we might start adopting it. It's a good one. It's a good one. Tiona, with that, I'll pass it over to you.
So as you mentioned, as Grant already mentioned in her introductory speech, so in Georgia we had, of course, many challenges in terms of when I am saying we, I mean civil society organizations and media organizations over the past year. But this year was significant in terms of how online tools have been used to mobilize people against particular laws. And in this case, this law was regarding these so-called foreign agents, which required civil society organizations and online media outlets receiving foreign funds to register as agents of foreign influence, as they called it. And we had this suspicion that it was some kind of Russian law to some extent. And in Georgia, actually, Facebook was always very popular in terms of mobilizing people and discussing political issues. But actually, this was the first time that not only Facebook, but also TikTok was used very effectively. Especially TikTok was used to reach out to a younger generation, because in Georgia it was regarded that, of course, maybe these millennials or some kind of older people are more, not older, but people over 30 they are very active. But in case of young generation, people regarded that they are quite passive, they are not interested in politics. But actually, it was the first time when they came out and came to the demonstrations, and they were quite somehow they were quite active in terms of how they were behaving against the police, because police used tear gas and water cannons, and they were not afraid of all this equipment they have been using. And people were demonstrating more than 2 days, and it was obvious that people did not plan to somehow dismantle despite all these tear gas and water cannons, and all this some kind of resistance played a huge role because afterwards government withdrew these two bills. They somehow suggested 2 bills, but in general they were similar to some extent. And these demonstrations also somehow showed that maybe this young generation are quiet in some cases, but when they understood what kind of challenges particular laws can create for the society, they will become active. And in this case, actually, online tools were used not only for mobilizing people, but also to explaining to the general public what kind of negative consequences these laws would have. And there was a huge campaign about explaining why this law was some kind of Russian law, and this law was labeled as Russian law, and it was huge disappointment for the government, because even today they don't even try to refer to this law again and come back to this law, because they know that this law is labeled already as a Russian law. So in this case, I would say that sometimes online tools could have some important role in conveying messages properly, effectively, and afterwards to gather people and mobilize people for common cause.
Thanks for that really great explanation, Tiona. Bojan, briefly over to you.
Yes, I'd like to highlight that in Serbia it was late 2022 and early, let's say, 2023, when the civil society in Serbia, with the initiative led essentially by Share Foundation and a couple of other civil society organizations, actually pushed back a second time the law on internal affairs, which was aimed at legalizing biometric video surveillance in the streets of Serbia, but it started like as this smart surveillance project in Belgrade, which was done through this so-called partnership with Chinese tech giant Huawei, and there were some memorandums of understanding between Chinese and Serbian governments, which led up to this project being implemented but through several years, I think we're entering like the 5th year very soon, when we first found out that this project, when we received some information in the public from Ministry of Interior officials that this project is going to be implemented, but they didn't have these legal grounds as noted by the Data Protection Commissioner of Serbia, so they've been trying to amend or to actually adopt a completely new law which would regulate internal affairs and policing as a whole in Serbia. And I think it was a great success story that the laws were, one draft was in the autumn of 2021 and the other one was in late 2022. So as of yet, we still don't have these legal grounds for this very unproportionate and intrusive form of data processing and surveillance of public spaces in Serbia. So yeah.
Thanks so much for detailing the effort that the Chair Foundation and other organizations made there. I think we've seen, unfortunately, biometric or laws justifying biometrics pop up in a lot of different contexts in the countries we cover. And finally, over to you, Olga.
Just very briefly, I think what is positive, if something can be positive during these last 2 years, is that we've learned really hard way how destructive can be the influence of disinformation and misinformation, and finally a lot of media outlets started reporting content in different languages, reaching wider audiences outside. But I also want to specifically give an example of one of the recent initiatives which has been done in collaboration between the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine and the counterpart ministry in Estonia, with the support also with the European Commission. The project is called Nations Against Disinformation, and this is supposed to be a series of different campaigns, workshops and capacity building activities aimed to show the importance to combat disinformation. But also currently online there is available a test which is called the distortion test. It requires you to upload your picture and then to go through through a few simple questions, which are basically the facts, but you should say whether you agree or not agree, or you are not sure about that. And then at the end, it gives you your own picture. It either stays untouched as you uploaded it, or it is distorted based on how much you have been influenced by different disinformation sources, so that you can't properly differentiate where is the real fact or where is the information which has been already changed and provided in a different way. So it really shows how much our minds are being distorted when we just consume a lot of propaganda and disinformation, and how much it is important to be able to differentiate between the facts and disinformation. And I think this is something where countries and different stakeholders indeed should unite their efforts and have some joint projects, because this is something, disinformation is something which is transcending the borders.
Thank you so much. Clearly someone enjoyed that answer and for highlighting that initiative. I think we have time for maybe one question, if anyone has one. I know it's the last panel of the day, so if we'd rather just wrap up, I totally understand that as well. Yes. For the live stream, I think.
Actually, I had two questions in mind when I listened to your presentation at the beginning of the panel. And I wanted to ask, in this study or investigation, how do you cope with the sentiment which is connected to the information? Because you mentioned, I think, that 78% live in countries where people were arrested because of posting about religion and so on. So I would believe that 100% live there, because especially if it's some religious hate content when they should be arrested. So how you make sure in the investigations, in the study that you make, that it's connected really with violation of human rights. And then a second, a bit connected question is, if you have some correlation between this happening in online and offline world, because as a matter of fact, the majority of the world probably lives in countries where the human rights are violated on a daily basis, not only online.
Thank you. Yeah, just on the first question, I should have clarified that's, political, social, religious content that's protected under international human rights standards. Obviously, as you said, right, there's for sure certain types of content that would fit under all of those buckets that is not. So when we're talking about those cases, we're talking about cases we found where it is. Yeah, so we're looking at the details of the case to find out what the person said, right? There are, there's obviously, again, religious political speech that would violate internationally accepted human rights standards, but we're talking about cases where they're, expressing a relatively harmless opinion or an opinion that maybe, might harm the government, but it's protected under international human rights standards. On the second question, yes, there's definitely a link. It's not something that we study extensively, given that our report focuses on the online aspect with Freedom in the World, which is the report that Freedom House does looking at freedom more broadly, which I personally do not work on, does look a little bit more at those links. Okay, so I won't keep everyone. I think we'll all be around later tonight and tomorrow. I just want to thank Olga again so much for organizing this, to Samvel and Boyan for coming, and Tiona for joining us online. I know it's a little bit later in Georgia right now. So please just give a round of applause for our panelists.
Thank you so much. And that rounds out day one of SEEDIG 8. Thank you very much for sticking around to the end. A couple of announcements before you go. Please come back at 7:30 for the networking event. So you have a little bit of time to go back to your hotel, maybe refresh, and then come back. There will be food and drinks here. We'll have some good time. SEEDIG will present the strategy later tonight, and it will be followed by 5-minute pitches from some of the participants about their current projects, which also means that if you have a project that you want to present later tonight, please come see me. We'll put you on a list for later. Also during the reception, there will be AI-generated art exhibition and informal networking, conversation, and business deals. So we'll see you later.